Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. سيداتي وسادتي، الرجاء الوقوف للنشيد الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Atlantic Council, Frederick Camp. سيداتي وسادتي، لنرحب بفريدريك كامب الرئيس والمدير التنفيذي للمجلس الأطلسي.
With climate and recipient of the Atlantic Council's highest honor, our Global Citizen Award, and also to see the Special Presidential Coordinator, Amos Hussein, who's been a partner and a friend of this Forum for a long time, and also a former board member of the Atlantic Council. I also want to welcome and salute our new Senior Director of the Global Energy Center, Landon Durrance. I want to thank Reed Blakemore, who's been his acting and still his deputy, and their remarkable team. You're going to see them all over in the next couple of days, and please thank them for their work. Much has changed since we last gathered here at the St. Regis in Abu Dhabi in January of 2020, just weeks before the global shutdowns due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And much has changed since we convened the 2022 Global Energy Forum in March, alongside the World Government Summit in Dubai, just weeks after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And even now, on the cusp of the UAE's hosting of COP28 next December, I expect that this year will be yet another one of transformative change. Our shared values and commitment to energy security and global decarbonization remain steadfast. And this gathering of leaders from across energy, economics, and politics is here to set the energy and climate agenda for this coming year, and it's probably never been more critical to do that. So I'm just going to say a few words about the themes of this year's forum and what we hope to accomplish over the next 2 days. As I think back to the year that just ended, the most significant inflection point, of course, was Putin's invasion of Ukraine last February. A geopolitical crisis in Europe quickly became a global energy crisis, and it threw energy security into sharp relief, while countries still worked to maintain a sustainable energy transition. Though there are geopolitical lessons to be drawn from the past year, we also saw the energy trilemma emerge clearly, as decision makers and stakeholders tried to balance sustainable, affordable, and secure energy. Our call to action is that even amid geopolitical tension, even amid economic stress, we must take care to avoid the false choice between secure and affordable energy and a sustainable transition. So how do we get from where we are now to net zero by 2050? And what are the technologies that will enable a secure and equitable energy transition? That's going to be the heart of what we're talking about in the next 2 days. I'm not here to pick and choose my favorite clean energy technologies, though I have them. But I will say this: true net zero enablers require reliable supply chains, and they address the power sector and hard-to-abate sectors like heavy industry manufacturing, desalinization, hydrogen production, and more. So I look forward to hearing from energy and climate experts and leaders and learning much more over the next 2 days. As the current geopolitical and energy crisis forces us to think seriously about the energy trilemma and pathways to net zero, we are fortunate to be here in Abu Dhabi, where COP28, hosted in the UAE later this year, November 30th, December 12th, shines bright on the horizon. The Global Energy Forum follows on the heels of COP27, hosted by Egypt as the first African COP since the Paris Agreement. Sharm el-Sheikh emphasized the importance of implementation by all communities to empower an inclusive energy transition. We all look forward to the UAE's opportunity to advance these ideas around an inclusive and reliable energy transition, which will be at the center of the global community's endeavors to meet the challenge of climate change. In light of the UAE's tremendous successes, especially in building nuclear reactors, advancing solar power and other renewables, decarbonizing aluminum, there is no better place to bring the climate and energy communities together to convene these conversations of paramount importance. The announcement late last year of the U.S.-UAE Partnership for Accelerating Clean Energy, or PACE, which will, according to the White House, catalyze $100 billion in financing, investment, and other support, and deploy 100 gigawatts of clean energy by 2035 to advance the energy transition and maximize climate benefits, offers clear evidence of the serious and sophisticated commitment to net zero. In this era, we need true leadership more than ever, and we're fortunate to welcome top energy and climate policy leaders. We have 10 ministers joining us, 16 members of the Atlantic Council's Board of Directors, 3 members of our International Advisory Board, more than 3 dozen CEOs, a large number of civil society experts, media, officials of various governments. You're all welcome here. It's a very exciting group for this period of time. And with leadership in mind, I want to recognize and congratulate Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, who just this week was named Presidential Designate of COP28. As the reality that we are falling ever behind on meeting the targets for climate action, at the same time that we navigate an energy crisis, the optimism of renewed ambitions alone are no longer enough. As I said to CNBC under the hot questioning of Hadley Gamble yesterday, there is no individual I know that is better prepared and equipped to take on this task than Dr. Sultan. It requires the breaking of silos, it requires transformative thinking and action, and that's something he's done throughout his entire career. We need transformative action and transformative actors who understand the energy system of the present, but have the vision, ambition, and skill to build the net zero energy system of the future, which is necessary to save the planet. I'm confident that Dr. Sultan is more than capable of rising to the opportunity of a new energy pragmatism, which brings the climate and energy communities together in the name of shared action. And with that, I'm delighted to turn the floor over to our longtime partner and dear friend, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, President of COP28.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome COP28 President-designate United Arab Emirates Special Envoy for Climate Change and Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology and Abu Dhabi National Oil Company's Managing Director and Group CEO, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber. سيداتي وسادتي، لنرحب بمعالي الدكتور سلطان بن أحمد الجابر المبعوث الخاص لدولة الإمارات للتغير المناخي ورئيساً معيناً للدورة 28 من مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، وزير الصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة العضو المنتدب والرئيس التنفيذي لأدنوك ومجموعة شركاتها كوب 28.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates, to Abu Dhabi, and to the 7th Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. And thank you, Fred, for your kind introduction. Thank you for your leadership, for your partnership, and for making sure that we always have the right mix of expertise participating in this very important forum. And as the opening event of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, this forum helps set the energy agenda for the year ahead. And as the UAE prepares to host COP28, the Emirates Climate Conference, this year carries a very special significance. The UAE approaches this task with humility, a clear sense of responsibility, and a great sense of urgency. Like all countries around the world, the UAE is exposed to the risks of climate change. We have always considered environmental stewardship as an integral part of our economy and view climate action as central to the successful development of our nation. We are proud to be the host country of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, the first country in our region to commit to the Paris Agreement, the first in the region to submit a nationally determined contribution, and the first to set out a roadmap to net zero. And we will continue to focus on this very important journey. More than 18 years ago, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, had a long-term vision of the future, and he took a bold step when he decided to establish Masdar. This was our first major, practical, proactive move into the energy transition. Under His Highness's guidance, Masdar has grown to become one of the largest renewable energy investors in the world and is aiming for a 100 gigawatt portfolio by 2030. Over the last 15 years, the UAE has invested a total of $50 billion in renewable energy and clean tech globally, and plans to invest another $50 billion in the years ahead. And beyond investing in new energies, it was His Highness who said, "There will be a time when we load the last barrel of oil." And he continued, "If our plans and investments today are right, it will be a moment of celebration." This call to action by His Highness at the World Government Summit in 2015 clearly underscored his vision for sustainable development, delivered by economic diversification and enabled by a rapid transition of our energy systems. And today, over 70% of our economy is generated outside the oil and gas sector. And as the founding CEO and chairman of Masdar and the MD and CEO of ADNOC, I will continue to follow our leadership's vision and guidance in making today's energy cleaner while advancing and continuing to invest in the clean energies of tomorrow. And we will use our experience, our ambition, and deep and rich network of partnerships to inform our approach to COP28. During the course of the year ahead, we will work very closely with COP27 Egyptian presidency, the UN FCCC Secretariat, and of course, all relevant parties to build on and accelerate progress made before us. Yet, we must be honest with ourselves about how much progress we have actually achieved and how much further and faster we truly need to go. Of course, we have collectively achieved major milestones along our journey. In Glasgow, 90% of the world's economy is committed to net zero by 2050. Sharm el-Sheikh elevated the voices of the Global South, put loss and damage firmly on the agenda, and started to address reforming the climate finance system. COP28 will have particular significance as it will mark the first global stocktake. a comprehensive assessment of progress against the goals of the Paris Agreement. And we don't need to wait for the stocktake to know what it will actually say. We are way off track. We are way off track. The world is playing catch up when it comes to the key Paris goal of holding global temperatures down to 1.5 degrees. And the hard reality is that in order to achieve this goal, global emissions must fall 43% by 2030. To add to that challenge, we must decrease emissions at a time of continued economic uncertainty, heightened geopolitical tensions, and increasing pressure on energy security. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no other way to really address our climate challenge. We need to make transformational progress. And for that to happen, we must be prepared. We must be prepared to transform the process with the support of all parties and stakeholders. We want COP28 to transform systems and accelerate 2030 trajectories through game-changing partnerships, game-changing solutions, and real, tangible outcomes. We want it to be a COP of solidarity that bridges global north and south and includes public and private sectors, scientists and civil society, women and youth. And we want it to be a practical COP, a COP of action, a COP for all, a COP that raises ambition and moves from goals to actually getting it done across mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and of course, finance. Allow me to elaborate on those points one by one. On mitigation, we know that many of the solutions do exist. Scaling renewables and nuclear and hydrogen and carbon capture and energy efficiency, and of course, the least carbon-intensive oil and gas, as well as new technologies yet to be developed and deployed. Wind and solar added record growth of 550 gigawatts between 2020 and 2022, and are on course to grow more over the next 5 years than over the last 20 combined. The market is actually telling us something here. The market is telling us something. We are at a turning point in history. Low carbon growth is the future, but we must get there much faster. We must triple renewable energy generation from 8 to 23 terawatt hours by 2030. We must more than double low-carbon hydrogen production to at least 180 million tons for hard-to-abate sectors. We also need to transform our food and our agriculture systems because we know that agriculture accounts for 1/3 of global emissions. Much greater investment in agri-tech, smarter water use, and food production is needed to transform this critical sector alongside many other sectors. And we need to do all this in an accelerated time frame against a fast approaching deadline. And let me just add this. Our world is on its way to being home to 9.7 billion people by 2050. And will have to produce 30% more energy than what is available today. And as long as the world still uses hydrocarbons, we must ensure they are the least carbon intensive possible. We'll work with the energy industry on accelerating the decarbonization, reducing methane, and expanding hydrogen. Let's keep our focus on holding back emissions, not progress. On adaptation, the number one priority is very clear. We must do more to protect our most vulnerable communities and our most critical systems from extreme weather and biodiversity loss. We must protect our rainforests and invest in nature-based solutions like mangroves that act as powerful carbon sinks while protecting coastlines and preserving natural ecosystems. We must ensure that our global food system is resilient to the changing weather patterns that threaten farmers around the world. And to enable this progress, we must double adaptation finance for the Global South to $40 billion annually by 2025. On climate finance, we simply need more. And we need it to be more affordable. And we need it to be much more accessible. We need to ensure that every concessional dollar is matched by $2 or $3 of private capital. To make this happen, we need to answer the call from the international community for inclusive reform of the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions. In fact, that is a critical success factor. And to encourage this process, the UAE, as chair of the World Bank IMF Development Committee, intends to play a proactive, supportive, and facilitating role. And on loss and damage, we need to help the most vulnerable to rebuild after climate-related disasters. Together with the international community, we must build on the progress made in Sharm el-Sheikh and fully operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund. Distinguished delegates, dear friends, as an ambitious young nation that continues to evolve, the UAE has grown through partnerships, opened up to new ideas, and learned many, many lessons along the way. We don't claim to have all the answers, but we believe we have something valuable that we can contribute. At the crossroads of North and South, East and West, we will listen. We will engage with all those who wants to engage. We will listen. And we will engage with those who want to engage. We will build bridges. And we will pursue global consensus in this very important collective effort. Together with the high-level champion, Her Excellency Razan al-Mubarak, and the youth champion, Her Excellency Sham al-Mazrou'i, we will work very closely with the UNFCCC to move from ambition to real action. And we will mobilize the private sector and all other sectors to deliver greater, more meaningful impact. So let me extend an open invitation to all parties across government, private sector, and civil society. Cooperate, collaborate, share your ideas, and talk to us. I am here to listen, and I am here to engage. We can only succeed if we have an open and constructive dialogue. Let us together create a paradigm shift for tangible progress. And let us remember that reaching net zero emissions will deliver the biggest market transformation with the greatest economic and human promise since the first industrial revolution. I urge all parties to help make COP28 a COP of concrete outcomes and practical solutions. We are united by our common goal. We are united by our common humanity. And we look forward to hosting you all in the United Arab Emirates, where together we can ensure sustainable development for this generation and all generations to come. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Mr. Frederick Camp. سيداتي وسادتي، لنرحب مرة أخرى بفريدريك كامب الرئيس والمدير التنفيذي للمجلس الأطلسي.
Dr. Sultan, wow, that was a call to action if ever I've heard one. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for kicking off the 2023 Global Energy Forum in such fine style. In just a few minutes, we're going to have a very special event to follow. Another distinguished guest and friend, His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazroui, the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure of the United Arab Emirates, will be joined by His Excellency Saad Sharida Al-Kabi, the Minister of Energy of the State of Qatar, as well as the President and CEO of Qatar Energy. Of all the things we've done over the last 7 years at the Atlantic Council, we haven't had a conversation with the two of these gentlemen on the same stage at the same time, so we're really looking forward to that. And the other thing I'm really proud of is how quickly the team can actually set things up. So, ministers, please come join us. I'm not sure.
You want to sit in the middle?
I think it's better you sit in the middle, and I'll sit here. It's an honor to be with the two of you today, and thank you for helping us kick this off. Concerns around energy security and improving energy access in the developing world have been at the top of the agenda this year, with natural gas being a major area of attention given Europe's efforts to rapidly diversify its natural gas imports. So I actually have two questions. One of them is, we had quite an extraordinary, for the two of you to kick us off. One of them is that we had a quite extraordinary 2022 in the energy world, and a little bit of reflection on that, but what you expect for 2023. But then on world natural gas questions, prices spiked this year, but seem to be returning back to earth. And then within 2023, in your eyes, does it reflect an equilibrium of supply and demand balance for gas? Or do you foresee in 2023 further imbalances on the horizon in the short term, but through this year? So a look at the year ahead, a reflection on the year past with a specific look at what you expect for natural gas.
Well, first I'd like to thank you for hosting me and thank my very good friend, His Excellency Suhail, for inviting me to this event. It's a pleasure to be back in the UAE with such a distinguished audience. I think if you look at the gas supply demand and what happened last year, it started actually before the Ukraine, where the lack of investment in the oil and gas sector caused really a shortage in gas. And ahead of the Ukraine, the oil and gas prices obviously were clearly going higher due to lack of supply. And that lack of investment was driven by many factors, including the bigger push for the green without having a real plan for how the transition is going to happen. So there was a scarcity of investment over about 5-6 years. And then when the Ukraine situation happened, a big volume was taken out of the market, and obviously that would take it even further up. I think, 22, the spike is very obvious why, but 23, I think it has come down as everybody has witnessed. But, the mild winter, I think, in Europe is the biggest cause. And there is storage, ample storage, but they haven't had, luckily, they haven't had a very high demand for gas due to the warmer weather. The issue is what's going to happen when they want to replenish their storages in this coming year and the next year. There isn't much gas coming into the market until 25, 26, 27. So I think it's going to be a volatile situation for some time to come.
And prices will be volatile with it. It'll be going up and down.
Yeah, prices are a factor of supply demand. I think some people think that we are very happy for high oil prices and so on. The biggest worry that we would have, I think, as oil and gas producers is demand destruction. And you can see that there is demand destruction with whether it's gas or oil. And unfortunately, I think the wonderful speech that we heard from His Excellency Sultan, talks about what we're going to do going forward, and we're all for what he mentioned. But you can't have coal at record highs and say that we are going to achieve our targets. 30% of the power in the world uses coal, and all the countries that were calling for coal to be stopped are using it at record levels today. So I think we need to take a very serious action, and I think coal is the biggest emitter by far. And I don't see I see a lot of attack on oil and gas companies and demonizing oil and gas companies. I don't see the same attack on the biggest polluter on the planet.
I'm really looking forward to coming back to you about the demonization question. Mr. Minister, you have lived through so much change and so much history since you took over as the minister. Everything from OPEC Plus to what we experienced last year, rolling off the war in Ukraine. How do you look at 2022, what you expect for 2023, and the same question, particularly with a particular focus on natural gas?
Well, first of all, it's glad to see this crowd. I think probably this is the biggest Atlantic Council energy that we have ever since we started, and I'm grateful for His Excellency and for all of your excellencies for coming. Actually, I would build on what His Excellency Saad mentioned. We've been talking about the lack of investments and the lack of interest from the financial institutions to finance fossil or oil and gas projects. And part of that is also the lack of understanding what is the future for many countries when it comes to energy strategy, what contributions or what percentages they would have of gas, or even the pace of reducing their coal. It's not clear. I mean, there are plans, but those plans are not concrete, and that unclear long-term strategy by many countries put them in a situation where it's very difficult for them to commit for a long-term gas contracts, which is then return made the companies or those who are developing the gas at a very difficult position with their financiers, because they would like to see a long-term contracts, and those long-term contracts are not there. Everyone want to buy, but they want to buy in a 2 years or 3 years span, and that is not enough for someone to develop gas. Gas is available, and there are huge discoveries in the recent history, but the development pace is not there, and the investment is not there. So that is one of the problems, or one of the issues that causing the problem today. Of course, Russia is a major producer of gas and LNG, and when you shift from one location to another, trying to adjust, that takes time. And that's what happened in 2022, where some of that gas have been relocated to another market, and other gas from other market is homing to Europe, especially from the US. But is that sustainable in the longer run? I think you would need more collaboration between the European nations on agreeing on the optimization of the FSRUs that are also limited, and also agree on some pipelines. I think one of the things that contributes to energy security is pipeline gas. And together with Qatar and with Oman, we have established the first regional Middle East pipeline that secured and made energy security affordable and available for the three countries. And I think in the future, if you ask me about the future, I think we need to do more of these projects. There are countries which requires gas, and we cannot do everything as LNG. I think State of Qatar and His Excellency personally is involved in some of the largest expansions of LNG. Dr. Sultan as well, and ADNOC, they are also increasing their capacity of exporting. But even with that, with those investments, it's not enough. Gas has to be available and has to be affordable to secure and to become a base load that helps the renewable energy and help cleaning up the environment and reaching the COP goals. We are committed. We will do the investments, but I think the whole world need to think about the resources and need to think about how we enable the companies and the IOCs and the NOCs to produce more gas, to make it available and affordable.
Thank you for that answer. Minister Al-Kaabi, I want to come back to your comment about demonization. This is a country that's one of the, I guess, OPEC's third largest producer of energy. It's also a country that's been a pioneer. Dr. Sultan talked about Masdar in the renewable space at the same time. In the COP process in the past, the climate community and the fossil fuel providers were rarely in the same room. Are you seeing a change? Climate community seems to be more open now to particularly natural gas as a bridging fuel, more open to nuclear power as well, other solutions in decarbonizing carbon. And the fossil fuel community is investing billions in new technologies, in renewables, et cetera. Dr. Sultan was talking about a paradigm shift. Is that too utopian to think that that's where we're going? Talk a little bit about how you think these two communities can come together and actually accelerate the reduction of emissions, not slow it down.
If I can just be a little bit blunt maybe about this, is the community that was driving the green was living in a dream that they realized they can't achieve. Okay? And basically, if you want to achieve what we all want to achieve, I think we're the hottest place in the world, probably. So climate change affects us more than most. For us, it's very important that we head in that direction. It's very important that we achieve these goals, but we need to be realistic about what we can and cannot achieve. And we can't be driven by just political agendas of people wanting to be elected. Okay? It should be based on reality, based on what can be achieved. I'm an engineer. You tell me I want to achieve an objective, I'll tell you, okay, can I do it? Put the plan, what's the budget, and we achieve it at this timeline. But just to talk about achieving net zero, and the majority of the countries that you talk to, they talk about net zero, and you say, how are you going to achieve it? They say, we achieve 60, 70% of it by 2040 by doing this, this, and that. And the rest is technology improvement. So that, I'm not a native English speaker, but that doesn't mean we will achieve net zero. It means we'll strive to, we'll try, we'll see what we can do to achieve it. Okay? So to me, I think the realization of the need for gas, because wind doesn't blow all the time, solar is not available all day, and technology improvements in storage and so on is going to improve, and there are a lot of things that will improve and hopefully help us in that sphere. But I think there are two sources that will be needed for the very long time for people that don't have hydro and other renewable energies. You need nuclear for those that can afford it and are capable of building it and have the technology. And you need gas. And these two will have to be the base load for countries for a very long time. And I don't agree that gas is a transition fuel. I think it's a destination fuel until we have a realistic solution that can do away with gas. It's a destination fuel that you will need for a very long time. And when we say we need more investments in gas, and as His Excellency mentioned, they're expanding in LNG. We're building 65 million tons. We're producing 77 million tons today. We're building 65 million tons of LNG that has already been FID'd. Okay? Now, so almost double. 48 million tons coming from Qatar, and our investment in the US is another 16 to 18 million tons. So we're bringing really a lot of gas to the market, but it's not enough. And you can't achieve what we need as humanity and the number of people that are going to grow, as His Excellency Dr. Sultan mentioned. We need growth. 1 billion people today are deprived of basic electricity that we all enjoy. So we need to be fair. And I think one point I'd like to just add to that on the investment side. It's very, very, very unfair of some in the West to say that African countries should not invest in oil and gas, and they should remain green or whatever you want to call it, while this is a God-given wealth that they can create for their national growth and for their prosperity, and it is oil and gas that is needed for the world. And we should not forget the oil and the petrochemicals and what you need there. People love kayaks. They love the coolers that they take for picnics. There is no renewable that can manufacture that. It's oil-based solutions that get you there. Okay, so it's ethane crackers and plastics and so on that are needed. I know we need to do a lot of work there, but let's not forget the reality of what we need. A lot of stuff that you have around you here, and the decoration and the flooring and all that, is oil and gas. Yeah. What we're wearing. Okay, so let's be realistic while achieving the goals that we want.
Minister Suhail, I'd love you to build upon what you've just heard from your colleague with the question of the climate community perhaps dreamt dreams that were inachievable, but also from the fossil fuel provider standpoint, is enough being done?
No, I don't think we're doing enough, but there is a wave of new thinking at the and I'm glad it's I see it more in the IOCs in the NOCs. Typically, the technology and all of that comes from you, Discalci, and the others who are here. But I am really glad to see companies now thinking of reducing their carbon intensity, to see state-owned companies seeking the highest technologies to reduce methane emissions. And that is kind of a change in the industry that we haven't seen. We need to remember that the cleanest hydrocarbon is probably produced here in the Gulf. If we compare the carbon intensity of what we produce as a barrel here, you compare it with barrels elsewhere, probably we have the cleanest barrels or the greenest barrels you can find. And that comes at an investment. It doesn't come free. I mean, us and Qatar and same with gas. You could produce gas, but you could produce gas also with the intention in mind to reduce the carbon intensity. And that's, I'm sure, what QP is doing, and Qatar Gas, and what ADNOC is doing. The fact that we here in the Abu Dhabi walk the talk and say that we will use the only electricity we will use in the field to produce oil is going to come from renewable or clean sources, that's by itself, it's a commitment. It doesn't come free. It comes, I'm sure, at a cost. But that's the cost that we are willing to do our part. And I'm sure we will see more of these actions. So we will do our part. But realistically, you need a base load. Until we reach a price for the base load to complement the 100% renewable energy, whether it's a battery or other technologies, we will need a base load contributor. And I agree with His Excellency Saad, for a very long time, gas will be there. Percentage-wise, it may reduce, and it will reduce. But in absolute numbers, it will increase, and it will increase significantly. What is the worry? The worry, with that increase in demand, we will not have enough supply. And gas and oil are a finite resources. They are not going to stay there forever. We have seen countries going steeply in decline. Only, I mean, talking about oil, and gas is like oil, only within the 23 countries with OPEC Plus. Since 2000, the reduction in the ability to produce is more than 3.7 million barrels. What does that tell you? That tells you that we are in a decline. In many countries, they are in the decline mode. Same with gas, I am sure. So not every country have the resources that Qatar has, or UAE has, or Saudi Arabia, or other countries. Many countries have started earlier, and they are in the decline mode. Same with the US. How many years? And are we going to have enough batteries or technologies to assume that we will have it and it's going to be uniform everywhere? I think that's a big assumption. But at the same time, we need to do what Sultan have said, and we are committed to do it as a country. We can afford to do it, and many countries will do. But can we enable and be a platform for inclusiveness, so everyone is enabled to do it? How many companies like Masdar we need, and how many alliances like the one with the US we need with the 100 gigawatt? India will need to install probably 500 gigawatt in the next 20 to 30 years, and more in China and many other countries. That's, I think, where we are. More renewable energies will be installed, but we need a base load. And for a base load, we need more investments in the gas.
Thank you for that, Minister Suhail. So, Minister Al-Kaabi, I racked my brain last night about how to think about a question that linked the global energy market to the World Cup, and I couldn't come up with it. Lionel Messi just couldn't get into any of my questions. But congratulations anyway on the World Cup. Give us your view of what you foresee in the global gas market that might be preventing the market from reaching equilibrium. Is it the resources? Is it the investment? So much is being demanded of gas right now. So much is being demanded of LNG. If you had told me, 2 years ago that suddenly Germany would have, within 6 months, 3 new import terminals brought into the market by the Vice Chancellor of Germany, who is the leader of the Green Party, it would have sounded preposterous. So how do you see the future of equilibrium in the market, and what are the problems in getting there?
Yeah, on the German side, we were negotiating with the Germans for about 10 years. And suddenly they came to us and said, we want to build terminals. So, the world changes. I think the equilibrium will be achieved by hopefully some kind of a mediation or truce or some kind of a political solution where Russia and Europe get things, I think, sorted out, if you will, politically, hopefully, and the sooner the better. I don't think that this war and this situation will not last forever. I understand that the Europeans today are saying there's no way we're going back to Russian gas. We're all blessed to have, to be able to forget and to forgive. And I think things get mended with time, and I don't think some of the countries that were depending 100% or a very large percentage on Russia will not go back to 100% or 80% or maybe 50%. They will diversify and they'll learn from that situation and probably have a much bigger diversity. But the Russian gas is going to come back, in my view, to Europe. Is it next year? Is it in 5 years? I don't know. But once the situation is sorted out, and that I think will be a big relief to the whole gas sector and to the whole market in Europe, and will stabilize prices. And again, as are coming on a big scale, as our project from the US is going to bring about 80 million tons starting in end of 24 and then really peaking at 25. And then Qatar Energy's investments in our expansions in Qatar, 48 million tons are going to come. The rest are smaller projects that will come a little bit later. But other than that, that's the volume that's coming. And if governments and legislators do not promote additional gas investments, as His Excellency Sale said, if I'm being very selfish, that's good for us. Mm-hmm. But that's not good for the development.
So the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory announced one of the most significant energy breakthroughs in living memory, aiming 192 high-powered lasers at a tiny spherical capsule, just 2 millimeters wide. They're able to harness the same reactions of the power of the sun and stars to demonstrate fusion ignition, proving what until now has only existed in theory and paving the way towards what could be, one day, near limitless sources of energy for the future. And back in the UK, we're taking leaps of our own, because we're not just developing our very own fusion power plant, a spherical Toloman, on the site of an old coal power station in the Midlands. We're also operating the Joint Energy Torus, the most powerful fusion facility in the world, and taking the lead in regulating and commercializing fusion technology, working out the best way to get it out of the labs and into the real marketplace. There are stories of entrepreneurs and innovators working together to deliver clean, secure energy for millions of jobs, thousands more, and stories that tell us the fates of energy security, net zero, the economic growth are inseparably intertwined. Dependable supplies of fossil fuels, particularly natural gas, have a crucial role to play in easing the energy transition. We just heard about it in the discussion on the stage. But it's only by harnessing the power of transformative green technologies that we can also build a global energy system that's fit for the future. And whether that's in the UK, where we're developing small modular reactors, which promise to make nuclear easier, faster, and cheaper, and we've been running them in the sea for the last 6 decades, the Rolls-Royce-powered Trident submarines, or here in Abu Dhabi, where operations have begun at the Baraka nuclear power plant, the first nuclear power plant not just in the UAE, but in the whole of the Arab world, expected to deliver up to a quarter of the nation's electricity when fully up and running. And where last week ADNOC announced $15 billion to accelerate its decarbonisation strategy, investing in everything from energy efficiency and electrification to carbon capture. Now, yesterday, I signed a clean energy memorandum between the UAE and the UK to promote energy security and investment between our two nations. Agreements like this really matter because when it comes to climate change, the whole world has a stake in it. And none of us should have to settle for less. So working together really matters to deliver a low-carbon future that isn't just more secure, but also makes us all more prosperous. But a future that's fairer is, I think, a future that is worth fighting for. Our international climate finance has already provided an astonishing 58 million people with improved access to clean energy since 2011. But we're delivering on our pledge to double up to at least £11.6 billion in that fund from 2021, reaching tens of millions more. Because the green industrial revolution mustn't leave anyone behind. After all, you can't just shut down your power stations and be done with it, leaving millions without energy or employment. That's where Just Energy Transition Partnerships come in, and they're mobilizing billions to support the transition from coal power to clean growth in key economies like South Africa and in Indonesia. And by investing in new green energy supplies, electric vehicles and hydrogen, they're providing security and opportunity for communities across these countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say it's fitting that we're here in the UAE, 2023's COP28. President-elect Sultan Al Jaber and his great leadership and speech this morning, because it's here that we're seeing building on the extraordinary progress that's been made since Glasgow, built on in Egypt, that this year we will have to see those real developments in this stocktake COP taking place in November and December. We face challenges the likes of which no generation has ever faced before. So let me just take you briefly back to that solar sea in the desert that I talked about visiting last year. Today, they're building the tallest solar tower in the entire world, concentrating the heat reflected by tens of thousands of moving mirrors onto a single point. It'll be shining a beacon hundreds of meters above the ground and a lighthouse above the blue beneath. Innovations like this, creating power in new ways, they must be an inspiration for us all, guiding us all towards a better energy technology of tomorrow. But none of this can be done alone. None of it can be done alone. And I've talked today about my fate, but not just my fate, but yours, our joint fates. As I say, because one thing is for certain, energy today matters more than it ever has done in the history of humanity. And in the face of great challenges, we have no oracles to turn to, nor do I have Delphic maxims to offer. But without climbing the steps of Mount Parnassus or any other high mountain, I think there is one thing that we can be absolutely sure of. We will succeed as humanity in doing this. One thing I can't be certain of is my faith, other than to say, I know the UAE will continue to be a big part of it, and I can predict with absolute confidence that I will be back here in December. I look forward to seeing you all at COP28. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a 10 minutes break. Please enjoy, and we see you later to conclude the forum. سيداتي وسادتي، سنقوم الآن باستراحة لمدة 10 دقائق، ومن ثم سنعود لاستئناف البرنامج. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center Senior Director Landon Darrents. سيداتي وسادتي لنرحب بلاندن دارنتس مدير مركز الطاقة العالمي للمجلس الأطلسي.
Well, they just said it. I'm Landon Darrents. I'm the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. And I'm really excited to welcome each of you back to the 7th Annual Global Energy Forum as we build on what was really a remarkable and incredible morning featuring Their Excellencies, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, Minister Zuhail Mazrui, Minister Saad Al-Kabi, and of course, Minister Grant Shapps. When I joined the Atlantic Council last year and we began to build towards this forum, I gravitated towards one issue. How do we incorporate a conversation about financing all aspects of the energy transition, both conventional and clean? We heard it this morning, the world is short energy today, and without investing trillions of dollars into the zero emissions technologies and infrastructure we need, we'll be short energy tomorrow. As we shift to the next segment of the program, I'm really excited because we're lucky to have the experts that can help us start to break down the financial barriers to accelerate the energy transition. Before we have a panel discussion hosted by Hadley Gamble, to kick off this discussion, I'm thrilled to invite to the stage one of the strongest voices in global energy policy in Washington, D.C., maybe even globally, and bring to the forum his deep policy, diplomatic, and industry expertise. So please join me in welcoming Amos Hochstein, Special Presidential Coordinator for Global Infrastructure and Energy Security. Welcome, Amos.
Morning, and thank you, Landon. It's good to be back in a place where I can be working with you and in your new role in the Atlantic Council. Really congratulations both to you and to the Atlantic Council. And really congratulations to the Atlantic Council for convening again, because when the Atlantic Council has this gathering, as I think Dr. Sultan says, it's setting the agenda for the year, for 2023. And as we look at setting the agenda, I think before we can set that agenda, we have to look, I think, in review of 2022 and to see what kind of lessons we need to learn and what we've learned. Now, 2022 is packed with a lot of things that happen, so I'm going to focus on the many lessons that we need to learn on within the energy sector. This is a year where the energy markets were upended, but not by market fundamentals, but rather by missiles, tanks, and bullets as a horrific assault of one country on its neighbor invasion. The aggressor being a major energy supplier, which then impacts the markets and really changed, as we sort of talked about a little bit earlier, changing the flows of energy in a way that we never thought was ever happen, but also we probably would think was never possible. How could Europe possibly survive not one but two winters without flows from Russia? And yet, that's exactly what has been unfolding, and we're still in that process of trying to figure out how do you redirect energy around the world, both in gas, oil, and upon us on February 5th is the EU ban on oil products. And that is a change that we saw fundamentally in 2022 that we have to think about. What does that mean? And one of the things that that means is we have to focus, as we focus on the energy transition, is we have to do so while ensuring that we have adequate supplies in the market. And how do we do two things at the very same time? How do we make sure that commodities are priced, that are, first of all, commodities are available and are priced in a way that support economic growth, especially as the world is facing increased inflation concerns and potentially a recession and trying to battle against that? How do we make sure that we focus on that transition, but we do have enough investment in increased production that supports the years of the energy transition to make sure we have those commodities and priced appropriately? And while we do that, we have to invest in accelerating the energy transition. And that means increasing investment in deployment of renewable energy and advancing clean technology. In 2022, the US Congress passed the largest investment in energy, climate, and energy transition
that we've ever seen in the United States. And while we're seeing that, we know that that investment is coming, and we're going to look at 2023 as the year of implementation. And we know that to do that, we have to think about the last 2 years were about getting the tools, in the United States at least, getting the tools from Congress, getting the funding that we needed in this investment. But as we go forward now, it's all about implementation. It's all about making sure that we can have the resources to invest, and we're already seeing that ahead of 2023 taking shape in the United States. We've seen record investments in solar, wind, electric vehicle, battery, supply chains, materials and products from mining to processing, opening the first mining sector in the United States that we've seen in many, many decades, the first cobalt mine opening in Idaho this year. These are things we haven't seen in the United States in a very long time. And what that means is that we can ensure a diversified energy security for the future. So not, as we've talked about for the last 20 years, energy diversification, and we talked about oil and gas, we now have to have the exact same conversation for energy diversification in the energy of the future. And as we do that, that is the agreement that we signed with PACE that was mentioned before between the United States and the United Arab Emirates, a partnership to accelerate clean energy, to invest together $100 billion in these technologies. But here's the thing that was blocking us. Here's what's not working. As we hear financial institutions and the private sector and governments around the world talking about billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars into trillions of dollars of commitments and pledges to invest in the energy transition, we have to talk more about where are those dollars being deployed. They're being deployed increasingly only in OECD and developed countries, and not in developing countries and middle-income countries. And that's because there's a barrier to finance. And that barrier to finance is risk, whether it's commodity risk or it's currency risk or ESG risk, or, well, the E of ESG or the G of ESG, and reputational risks. And therefore, the easier dollar is always going to be spent somewhere in the United States or in Germany or in Australia or in Chile. And that's as far down as we go when it comes to the developing and middle-income countries. And that's the kind of discussion we need to have, is how do we come together to de-risk? What is the role of government? What is the role of banks? What is the role of private equity? What are the role of multilateral development institutions and financial institutions to de-risk these projects? What are the kinds of steps that can be taken so that we don't just have examples of a project here and there, but actually have a de-risking of these projects so that they are not just investment opportunities or charity or development, but they are bankable projects. And I think that's the challenge that we're going to face as we go into the future if we really want to have an equitable energy transition. And if you want to fight climate change, it can't be done in one group of countries and not in another. So I'm looking forward to this panel. I'm looking forward to the next couple of days as we look at how we manage this energy transition, and particularly
you did before.
Everybody, once again, and welcome to the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Forum. I'm here to join you to talk about something that is very close to all of our hearts and minds, and at a time when energy security has never equaled national security in quite the same way. We're going to be talking about financing a sustainable and inclusive energy transition. Amos, you know, I want to introduce the rest of my panel. Elizabeth Lee, she is the Executive Vice President at the Rockefeller Foundation. I'm also speaking to Claudia Descalzi, of course, the CEO of E&I, and Bernie Munson, the President of International at Bank of America. Panelists, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. I want to kick it off actually with Amos. Just to sort of follow on to the situation that we find ourselves in today, it's no secret that the oil and gas community in the United States had high hopes, if you will, of the fact that the Republicans would be taking the House and what that could potentially mean for their agenda in the United States. But given what we saw over the last couple of weeks and their seeming inability to elect a speaker, do you think those hopes are misfounded?
Speaking of energy finance,
You know me so well.
well, first, I think their high hopes were to Republicans winning the House and the Senate. I think they're willing to look at the House, or maybe now they're happy they only won the House. Look, I think it's not about politics, and it's on this issue. It's politics.
Of course it is.
Politics governs so much of what we do in order to be able to get things done. But what I said before is what I really mean. We've gotten a lot of tools from Congress. Congress has passed enormous amounts of funding for energy transition. So I think where we need to be now is working with the oil and gas sector. And the Biden administration is clearly going to have continued disagreements on many issues with the oil and gas sector in the United States. There's no secret. I don't need to say it the other way. We're going to have disagreements. But I think we can also come together in dialogue to understand that we are living through an extraordinary time, a time of a war in Europe that is affecting the energy markets, that we are coming out of COVID. We're all battling together to make sure we don't have an inflationary pressure. So I think the dialogue that we need right back into America, into additional production, I think that's not going to be about Congress. We're going to hear a lot of the demand is rising, and we want to make sure we're all battling together to make sure we don't have an inflationary pressure. So I think the dialogue that we need to have with the oil and gas sector in the United States is how do we have an increase in production? How do we take extraordinary profits and invest them right back into America, into additional production? I think that's not going to be about Congress. We're going to hear a lot of investigations and hearings, and Congress will do what Congress does. But I think we have to keep our eye on the ball, and that is to make sure we have enough production in the United States and around the world while we do everything else to invest in the energy transition. We know we need it, and we know that we have a horizon that is long enough to justify those investments.
It's a tough one, though, to engage with the American oil and gas community when you're telling them that they're acting in an un-American way by giving profits back to their shareholders. Isn't that capitalism? And capitalism, doesn't that pay for our ability to be a democracy and project our values?
So Hadley, as you and I have discussed before in prior discussions, what I mean about when I say un-American, it's not, I don't think, there's no accusation of companies' motivations and companies how they're working. But when you're in a place where, as a result of this extraordinary year, the two best quarters in 150 years are both in the same year, and you compare the profit level of companies with the historic arc of translating profits on a sustained basis with investment in CapEx, we were a little bit of a mismatch of based on, or in a correlation to historic trends. And therefore, if you are going to have those kind of profits, and these are not revenues, these are profits, on a sustained basis and not invest, that is not what American business community has done for the last 100+ years. And we want to go back to the way it normally is, that when there is an extraordinary event, when there are large profits, when there's justification for additional capital expenditures, the companies do that. And to be fair, that's exactly what's happened over the last couple of months and weeks. We have heard more American companies announce that they are increasing CapEx for 2023. Their projection for increased production in 2023 is going up as well. We're having those conversations not just with American companies, but with companies both public, private, and state-owned, to have the same exact conversation across the board.
Is a windfall tax still on the cards for 2023?
I'm going to leave that conversation for, if that's something that we need, a tool that we need, then we can talk about it. It is not on the table at the moment.
Bernie, I want to bring you in and talk a little bit more about the finance side of things. When you look at what's happening in the United States today, obviously, when it comes to governing, a divided house is not necessarily what you want from a policy perspective, but from a markets perspective, from a finance perspective, from a banking perspective. tied up House and Senate actually means markets can look forward to a bit of status quo. How difficult, in your mind, is 2023 going to be for the financing of projects that we're talking about today?
Thanks, Hadley. Thanks for having me here, and great to be here this week. I think for us in finance, the big issue is what the central banks are doing, and I think that's what's driving global flows. The deposits taken by the largest banks, and we all announced our results yesterday through the pandemic, increased a lot. I think our balance sheet at Bank of America went up from something like 2.3, 2.4 trillion to about 3 trillion. Some of that because of all the stimulus money that came in. But I think one of the most important macro issues that we're all facing is that for 10 years, central banks had expanded their balance sheets enormously by trillions of dollars. I think cumulatively Japan, Europe, UK, and the US, maybe 10 trillion, something like that. They've all said we're shrinking our balance sheets back down, and we're feeling that ripple effect. And I think after 10 years of expansion, it's going to take more than a quarter or two for that to feed through. And we'll all have to adjust from zero rates, negative rates. So that will be one, I'm not sure if it's a headwind, but it will be a reallocation of all of those excess savings in the marketplace. And we'll deal with that, and we're very well set up and able to deal with that. And everybody's watching what happens to just overall savings rates, et cetera. Within that, there's a huge amount of capacity to land and to drive changes. And I'm sure we'll touch on this later. And I think I absolutely sympathize with what Amos has been saying, which is getting the capital and the balance sheet to the right place. There's a huge amount of excess savings in the world, in this region, in Japan, in Northern Europe, in the US. And our job in finance is, that's what we do. We take money from the savers and give it to those that want to invest it. And we've done it very well in the standard model of the oil and gas sector. As we move into this new sector, that's the challenge, and that's why I'm here. That's why we're all super engaged.
So less the politics and more the central bank policy.
Yeah, the central bank policy is an important, this is an oil and gas, so I don't want to turn into a finance piece, but it's something that not that we grapple with, but I think in finance we're cognizant of the fact that that expansion of central bank balance sheets was massive. It drove massive underlying flows. And when it stops and it's starting to shrink, it'll have impacts, definitely.
No doubt. Claudia, I want to bring you in on this, just a little bit more broadly. Earlier, we had the chance to hear from two of our, frankly, experts in the field, His Excellency Suhail al-Mazroui, the UAE's energy minister, as well as Saad al-Kaabi, the energy minister from Qatar, two gentlemen that I have interviewed on multiple occasions. And we heard some comments about 2023 and what that should look like. And one of the comments was that we should forgive Russia. How difficult is that to hear?
We have to forget Russia or
forgive?
Forgive. No, I don't know. I think that the war is still there, and it's not easy to forgive anybody when you kill people or innocent people or women and children and bomb hospital. And so, a modern war, because that is happening there. So when we talk about energy security, you talk about financing how you allocate your money, how much in the gas, how much in the renewable, and we have to, otherwise, but we have to, is slowing down. So one supply chain disruption is very, very difficult. That's what we want to do, because there are too many diverging directions.
Amos, Claudio's lonely. Are we going to see a carbon tax?
Also, as folks in Congress, look, I think we have to, instead of looking ago, when it comes to being able to pass these things, I think we have to start focusing more on Bank of America and or Rockefeller as we all come together to figure those who have the savings and putting it into the. Claudio just talked about products that we don't have enough of. All of those, we don't have enough of those materials today on the investor side that Bernie's referring to, and that question in 2025 and 2028 is going to be gas, and we don't have, for green steel, we're going to have, or clean energy security mean, and it's going to happen a lot faster and a lot more quickly than.
Because when I was sitting in Sharm el-Sheikh at the COP27, I spoke with, not depend on governments who are under strain, and you also cannot depend on organizations like mine, like the World Bank.
Thank you to the Atlantic Council for inviting us to participate today. It's great to be on. We need to have a holistic view, and I think that to me is we do de-risking capital. I think that's what we're probably known for and what we need and what we see from the work that we do and across governments to really deliver those new solutions.
Bernie, in terms of those financial instruments, what does this look like to you?
Solutions for this. I think it looks like a lot of just engagement from parts of the capital structure. So if Georgina was saying that I would disagree slightly, she is important being at the table because they just have a different risk appetite, or they'll have different, return metrics that they might want, which is different to what shareholders of E&I might want, or what just my bank, others. We've got a structured finance team that's been growing at maybe 60, 70, 80. Some of our smartest yield, and you call somebody that Amos might know, and he might come in. Yield, and you call somebody that Amos might know, and he might come in, or she, and figure out how to make that work. The Indonesian just energy structure was interesting, started off in South Africa. Perhaps my specific piece is trying to make sure that we do it at scale as quickly as possible. At the moment, my sense is there's lots of smaller things. There's an element of, oh, isn't this cool? We've done this innovative thing for this piece here, but it hasn't really lit a fire, as I might say. Yeah. But practically, those things are happening.
One of the comments that we heard earlier from Mr. Mazrui was essentially saying the challenges, the things that he's worried about, and he said another year of high price fluctuation. Amos, in your mind, is the U.S. prepared for prices at 100? Because when we spoke yesterday on CNBC, there have been suggestions that we could see prices at $100, $110 a barrel. And you told me, I just don't know if prices will get there.
And since yesterday, I still don't know. I think that there's look, it's not for us to prepare. We have to prepare for different scenarios. And what we've done over the last 18 months in hyperdrive has been to work with consumers and suppliers round the clock. I mean, before the war started, I was making calls to Claudio to ask him, in different scenarios, what happens? How do you surge capacity in different markets? And I called others to do the same thing. How do we figure out what that is? I can't control what the price is going to be. What I can control is what our reactions are. And we had a weird market where in gas, global prices were rising, but it was because of an event. We were taking a product off, a producer took its product off the market all of a sudden in natural gas. We now have the EU passed a ban on crude and a ban on products. We have a price cap on crude. We may have a price cap on products that would come into play in a few weeks from now. We have to see. We're all in discussions on that. So this is not a regular market where there's just price fluctuation based on supply and demand. There are real geopolitical events that are affecting that. So I think we do have to be prepared for higher prices and what our responses are. We will be prepared for that. We are looking at those scenarios. We have to be prepared for the reverse and what happens if prices decline and go to a lower level, and how are we opportunistic in the market there in order to continue to ensure our future. So this is going to be a really fluid dynamic. I don't know I think Claudio is right in one fundamental way, and I think His Excellency Minister Mazrui, as you just quoted, that this year is going to be about the war. And what happens in the war is going to determine, if it escalates or if it dissipates, will determine what the price environment that we're all in. And we're going to have to all get together and have this conversation. And that's going to go towards the financial sector in the United States and around the world, the oil and gas sector, and the governments to figure out how do we prepare for it.
You've used the Strategic Petroleum Reserve repeatedly to address price fluctuation. Some people would say successfully, others would say you got lucky or it was a blip. What else is on the table?
Look, let me just correct you. I don't think that we didn't use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve because of price fluctuations. We've had plenty of price fluctuations in the past. We had years of prices above $100, and we didn't use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We used the SPR as a result of a crisis that was causing the price fluctuations, and there's a big difference. The previous time we used the SPR was during the Libya war, when nearly 2 million barrels came off the market overnight. It's not the fluctuation that you're addressing, it's the fact that there's an underlying security crisis that is an emergency, and that's what the SPR is. We've used it, as you said, in an extraordinary way. If you remember, in June, we were at over $120 a barrel. Today, we're at 80 or so. So if those who argue that adding 1 million barrels a day doesn't matter, then it shouldn't matter in any event. So I think that's a bit hard to argue. We have more that we can use in the future. I think that we worked together with Congress and canceled the mandated releases 2024 through 2027. That's a significant amount of oil that the market was expecting that would be released from the SPR when we canceled it. In this price environment, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And we will, at the same time, continue to use that if a crisis emerges or one that will affect consumers in the United States and around the world. And I think the alternative of going into a recession as a result of exceeding energy prices is probably not advantageous.
Yeah. Claudia, how difficult is the price environment for you today in Europe? Because we're talking about recession, we're talking about the worries about central bank policy, and frankly, in the UK, they are already there.
So the price is not really the main problem, because after 8 years of very low prices, our company immediately reacted. So because we cannot control the price, we had to control ourselves the cost, and we reduced what we call the cash neutrality, so the total break-even. We can imagine that in 2012-13, the average cash neutrality for a company was $110, $100 per barrel. Now it's about less than $40 per barrel. It means that with a price at $40 per barrel, you can survive. Maybe you are break-even, but you can go ahead. So there are a lot of efficiency that we can create. The issue outside is that, so outside our company, and what you said before, we have a situation of a gap between demand and supply. The supply is low because we didn't invest, and after COVID and after the war, we realized that the hydrocarbon demand with coal, we can say, is inelastic. That's what we didn't believe. We thought that 20 years ago, we thought that now the gas demand in Europe was 50% less, it's the same. And in China is 7 or 8 times more. So there is a big increase of gas demand. And that was good because coal went down. Now coal is ramping again. So we have this issue that we have to invest, and investing now is not easy. You must have the right KPI to go to Ben and ask for money, because you have to. What we are doing is link our bond or our financing process to a sustainability-linked bonds. We have been the first last year to have a framework that we presented, and then after one month we issue a bond. Sustainability bond means that you have to set a path up to 2050. You must be net zero. You must have intermediate targets, so 25, 26, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and you have to demonstrate in terms of renewables, CO2, GHG emission, methane emission, scope 1, 2, and 3. So is a matrix with a lot of elements, certified. You go to the bank and say, I need this because I have this. And if you are not able to be compliant, you pay a penalty in terms of cost of money. So it's quite complex. Big company can do that. Small companies much more difficult, so they cannot get money to invest in the upstream. So the process is this for the investment. Then, as we talked before, the supply chain. There is a big disruption. So now there is a hub, there is onshoring, nearshoring, and after COVID, we have a regional hub that try to be self-sufficient because they realize that if they need something, it was not like before that you buy also if the product is built, is manufacturing somewhere else. No, now the main and critical issue to survive must be in your country. So that means a big separation. That is true for renewables because there's no a long distance connection. Is true for everything. So energy, from energy you have health, food. Food is, we never talk about food, but the disruption that we have with food because of the war and because of the, I think, lack of investment, especially in Africa. Africa is buying everything, is creating an underbalance, a dangerous underbalance. So I'm not worried about the price. The price, I can cure the price with our internal stuff, but the rest, so if we have to increase the production to reduce the price, it's almost impossible now. First of all, because upstream takes 6-7 years to get through with some production, maybe more if it's a green field. And then we have this discrepancy and gap between the supply that we made in the last 3 years. I talk about green hydrogen, where we work, or renewable in terms of continuity of energy delivery, and we are not there.
Yeah.
So we have to be, I think, the issue is that it's not for the US, but generally speaking, the world never talk about energy security. Never. Because energy is there, Russia, and we never talk, like for the virus, we never talk about COVID, but overnight everybody became experts. So everybody talk about COVID, now everybody talk about energy. And that create a big mess, because there are, a big mess. No,
are we talking about the politicians or just...
No, I talk about everybody.
The armchair politicians.
No, I thought it's a big mess because, you must be competent to talk about something. Otherwise, you can jeopardize and kill somebody, in terms that you can harm somebody because you select the wrong solution. That is much worse than the problem itself.
Do you ever believe there'll be accountability for those who made decisions that actually imperiled Europe's security with regards to Nord Stream 2, with regards to Nord Stream and to the relationship with Russia? And I'm talking about Angela Merkel and others.
I think that if there is no energy security plan, what you can do. If there is an energy security plan, the first point is diversification of the sources, diversification of technologies, and expert, permanent, ready to face the issues. So that is organization and processes. If you don't have that, it's not easy. You grab what you have every day and you live day by day, but that is not in an organized and rich society.
Yeah. Bernie, when you think about how difficult it is for you to make decisions long term, obviously His Excellency, the Qatari Energy Minister, was talking about governance and the worry of having a 4 to 8 year time horizon on what you can do and the security of your investment as a result of that. Now we're seeing activist investors pushing back. We're seeing, for example, the state of Florida, in terms of their pension fund, they don't agree with the ESG methods and investments, for example, of Larry Fink, and so they've decided to pull their money. We saw that during the Trump administration as well. To your mind, how difficult does that make your decisions? Because if you don't have a long-term horizon, and you've got to worry about, as we say, the politics, and perhaps those who may or may not actually understand the energy market, it's kind of tough to be one of the top investors.
We would love a roadmap set by the politicians that says, here's the transition path, here are the transition energy sources, here's what's going to happen, and then that way we can figure out what the investment horizons might be, etc. And actually we worry that we don't want to become a tool for that policy mix by regulate. We're one of those highly regulated industries, so we don't want to become a tool for that policy mix decision by governments, or our regulators telling us what our balance sheet should look like, or stressing it in this way or that, or adding capital or liquidity buffers given what our lending book looks like. So we're very keen to be told what the path is, and then we get it. If a government says no more hydrocarbon cars in 10 years,
no more Claudio,
no more,
you drop me.
Then it makes a difference. So we have to manage through that, and we have huge competing interests that call on us and ask us what we're doing with our lending. Absolutely, in the U.S. there are some states that have subpoenaed us. It's public knowledge, and with respect to what our lending policies are, and we have others that are the other way. I occasionally attend our annual general meeting when it's in person, because of COVID hasn't been, and we have a lot of activists that are pretty aggressive about what we're doing. So we have to navigate that, which is fine. That's what we do, and I think that's what we choose to do. But I think that I think we are engaged, and as is the rest of the industry, in really trying to just to keep that balance and to manage through. And then the other thing I would say is, touching a little bit on where Claudio went, there is a lot of underlying infrastructure in finance as well that isn't as visible. Really boring stuff like accounting policies and disclosure policies. And we do a lot of work with middle market companies that are in the supply chain. Because for E&I and for the big companies, they know what's coming and they got the resources to set themselves up for that. And we worry about a lot of people that we lend $1 million to $2 million to smaller companies that will wake up one day and find that they can't sell their product on Amazon because Amazon is it green or not, and they're like, what are you talking about? So there's a lot of nitty-gritty work, but some of the things around accounting, disclosures are really dull. I could send everybody to sleep in the room, but really important. like I think in the energy space, grids, for example, where I'm absolutely not an expert, but in the last 6 to 8 months, I've realized how critically important it is, and I'm getting my credit investment committees to make sure that we've got the capital to back acquisitions, mergers, restructurings in a bunch of large grid spaces around Europe.
Yeah. Elizabeth, just in terms of the job situation, particularly in the United States, obviously with the transition, depending on which side of the fence you fall, this could be a boon for U.S. job growth, and at the same time, we're hearing so much pushback from politicians who say that this is bad for business. In your research, what have you seen?
I think I'm so glad you brought that up, because I think listening to the conversation, I want to make sure that we put people at the core of what we do. One of the things we talk about is being in the humanity business. And I do think, there are, with the IRA, with the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, there are a lot of opportunities to create jobs. And to me, the transition's going to be hard. But we can't lose sight of the fact that from that, there is a lot of opportunity to be created. And I see my colleague, Josephine Ganga, in the front row. I mean, that is why, for example, at the Glasgow COP, we launched the $1.5 billion philanthropic an NGO alliance called the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which is focused on energy access for the 800 million to 1 billion people who don't have reliable energy and want to be part of the modern economy and need to be part of the modern economy. But in so doing, it's not just the carbon. It's really thinking about how do we actually create the millions and millions of jobs that need to happen? How do we make sure, Hadley, we were talking about too, women, half the planet, we need access to jobs, and we've seen when we actually put women at the center of what we do, and we've been working in India. I think, just to your point, Bernard, one of the things that the Global Energy Alliance does is it supports small developers to be able to deploy mini-grids to places that don't have access to energy, so that we have clean energy in communities that don't currently have that opportunity. If we do that, we create jobs in the community, so that they understand and they have a chance to be part of the green economy. We electrify communities. We've seen household incomes rise by 30%. So I think if we can continue to do that, both in emerging markets, but also, Amos, in our home country, I think there is a lot of things that we can tap into to create the jobs of the future that we need for the transition.
Amos, the Inflation Reduction Act, a major win for the Biden administration, landmark legislation. but has ruffled feathers, as you know, in Europe. And apparently they're even considering a Buy European Act to counter what they see as unfair practices. There was even a suggestion that we could see in the coming weeks a move to file a complaint against the United States at the WTO over this. When you take a step back and think about this a bit more broadly, how dangerous is it that in the moves to the energy transition, because they are coming from very different governments and very different situations, we could undermine the strategic alliance of the West?
Well, first, I don't think that anything, I think it would be difficult to say that the Biden administration is undermining the alliance. I think really the last 18 months have been all about strengthening the alliance. And I've, in 27 years in working in Washington in both energy and foreign policy, have never seen the alliance stronger, in fact. And I think one of the things that Putin underestimated the most and was surprised the most was the strength of the alliance, both the transatlantic one, NATO, but then beyond that into global alliances of from Middle East to Asia and around the world. So I think the alliance is strong. I think you saw President Macron's visit in Washington a few weeks ago, where President Biden addressed this issue directly and said that we're going to be working with the EU. We have a task force that's working between the Commission and the United States. We're working also with other countries that affect. The IRA is an enormous success. I mean, it is a remarkable investment in clean energy that nobody ever expected the United States to do. In fact, most people inside the United States who spend a lot of money trying to figure out what's about to happen in America did not know that this legislation would pass, and it did. And it has some things, as when you do large pieces of legislation like this that are transforming the economy into the future, there are going to be some things that we got to fix and we have to address, and we're working with our allies to be able to address them. But I think that that should not be the distraction towards what we are achieving. One, unemployment is at the lowest rate it's been in a very, very, very long time in the United States. Talking a little bit to your point about putting people at the center of this. The IRA is driving investment from around the world and inside the United States in a sector that, what have we been all saying since Paris? That we want to drive investment and incentivize investment in an energy transition. That's what the IRA was supposed to do, and that's what I've never seen something translate so quickly. And we're already seeing those investments in the United States in this sector. We're doing things we haven't done in a long time. We are diversifying a global economic engine of renewable energy from a one single source supplier, which is where we are heading, into a much more diversified sector. So I think the IRA is incredibly important. And I think as we talk about, and I don't think we're going to, I think we're going to be fine with in the alliance, but I think it's important for countries to follow suit, not in the way you describe, but in creating these incentives across the board. We need more of that. And if you think about some of the things that we are depending on, so just on the critical minerals, and I know we'll talk about it during this conference, some of the processing facilities that don't exist yet, that we are going to be building now, if they're built on time and in the broadest term sort of expectation of what they hope the size will be, it will still only supply us in the near term 15–20% of what the United States demand is. So we need these kinds of incentives across the board and around the world for countries to incentivize investment. And that's what Claudio is talking about when he says that a carbon tax, what does the carbon tax do in Europe? It incentivized him to invest in CCS. And what Bernie's talking about, if you have these kinds of incentives, then he's going to unlock in his investment committee the dollars that need to go to this. That's what the IRA does. It's not about isolating the United States from the rest of the world. It's about sending a message that's a clear message across the world. We need to incentivize investment, because on its own, it's not going to happen. We have this mantra of the market will fix it, the market will address it. The market will not fix it, the market will not address it. And investments into transforming the global energy system is not going to happen. We need to build a lot more across the whole spectrum. Look at nuclear. We need to have a lot more nuclear if we want to reach any of these goals, whether it's traditional nuclear, or it's SMRs, or future fusion investment that we need to do. But to do that, the market on its own is not going to do it. We have to create government spending and signal sending to the market that if we're willing to make the small dollar investment, that will leverage the larger dollar investment. And so I think that all of these things are not signs of weakness in the alliance. On the contrary, I think there are signals of strength of the alliance. We'll get past it. I assure you we're going to be fine.
More time in Brussels for me. Gentlemen, Claudia, you had a point?
We're finished? Or no, I just want one comment to what Amos said about the need to give incentive or not subsidy, incentive to the investment. It's true, and it's not a gap between the US and Europe is a general gap also inside Europe, because you can do that also if you have the fiscal space. So if you don't have the fiscal space and your debt is much higher, a common view on that, but there is no create a big advantage to the local industry because of competitiveness.
Yeah.
And Hadley, can I just add on to that for 1 sec? I think one of the things that I just want to make sure, I mean, emerging markets only have 27% of the flows they need to actually do the energy transition. I just don't want to lose sight of that because I think it's really critical to your point, Amos. And I think one of the things that to the point of trying to create, bring together critical actors to change the way things are. What you're saying, we need to fix the global financial architecture in a way that that is not impeding investment from the private sector, that encourages additional investment from government. And so I think, working together as a planet to achieve these goals with all the different people coming together, that's what we need.
Way to round it out. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point.
Thank you.
The Global Energy Forum is a platform, as we've heard today, to set the global energy agenda, pulse the global energy and climate community, the broader energy community, to identify and kind of understand and how we really translate that moment. See Dr. Sultan's we break of this past year and the year going forward on current event and is at the forefront of the global energy agenda. How do we balance, again, COP28 this year in the UAE, how do we maintain momentum to have a road to net zero? By a distinguished group of panelists, beginning with Her Excellency Minister Belinda Baluku of Accelerate Energy, Roger Martella, Chief Sustainability Officer at the Crescent Group. Well, welcome. Conversation, the global energy agenda, with a little bit of a retrospective and realizing how powerful. We're fortunate to have you here because you're realizing this in real time by 2022 and set that baseline for where we're going forward.
Thank you very much for having our side. We are still a candidate member. Bring all the European countries together to find a solution in this very common intervention countries. And what was more, how to mitigate this crisis. And what is more important, protection to the business field. To mention that before the energy crisis, megawatt, and during 2022, we have faced in the last day of August. I'm referring to the Balkan region. So the situation has been very difficult to protect our countries, to create only the difficulty of the high prices. What was very challenging during 20 supply for each country regarding the gas and regarding the electricity. But it's crucial diversification of sources. It's one of the key solutions. And the other one, of course, is saving 100% renewable energy in Albania. We are a case study in all the Europe. But to the other hand, we are in the hand of the mood of have start from 2019 to diversify our sources. Of course, a reliable source of energy coming from department. From 2020, we have started a local project in that time. The pipeline that will connect the situation, and due to this a regional project. A project that can offer in the future energy supply, not only for Albania, but for Montenegro, for Kosovo, for North Macedonia. Project together with Accelerate Power, and very interesting to be part of the project as Overgas that energy. And to the other hand, one of our most reputable partners that we have started good collaboration, a new solidarity, the necessity of Russian gas with other sources, and a big picture here, because I'm pretty sure that we will have the possibility to...
Really am captivated by the aspect of this in the world. You're at the front lines of this conversation, industry lens, I should.
And thanks for gathering us here today. It's a real pleasure. We signed that agreement with Gas Grid Finland showed up in the port of Inku, west of Helsinki. If you think about it, we have 20% of the allowed Europe to respond. People understood could happen, but that miracle has been repeated in Germany. We're not going to see the same sort of bottlenecks. We get a slot. So there is going to be more LNG making its way, providing more energy solidarity, and you definitely see it with all the effort that's being put into responding quickly and ensuring energy security and alternatives through Europe.
I think bringing in a regional lens and, well, frankly, a global lens from Crest, how the energy transition is evolving, both as a council but personally as well. You know, what's the past year taught us about the pace of...
Firstly, welcome, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. So those different where you come from for developing markets are very, very different. And some of it was discussed, primitive forms of cooking. You have nearly 1 billion people, necessarily will have to be different for Africa being successful in addressing those three elements in a population of 6 million people. From 2 hours of power, by switching use from diesel to natural gas, which is cheaper, carbon emissions, which is roughly equivalent to 2 million cars off the road in a year. We've put 25 itself is part of the solution. You also need to look at other areas. There was a reference to it this morning on agriculture production. So as Crescent Group within the UAE, we are very focused on the animal feed, which is imported in the region, which actually causes a lot of emissions. And we are looking at hydroponic farming as a way of growing that, optimizing use of water, as well as increasing domestic production of animal feed. So one of a pilot is going live here in Abu Dhabi soon. Separately, we're also looking at electric mobility as a way of moving roughly 65,000 two-wheelers which deliver food and essential services from internal combustion engines to electric. So I think the answer is multi-pronged, and it'll have to be a solution specific to our country in dealing with that dilemma.
Roger, I think turning to you in the context that we've heard a lot of conversation, I think the headlines, you know, going from 150 billion cubic meters of gas and Russia flows to Europe, to severing that obviously garner a lot of headlines. We saw the conversation between Minister Mazrui and Minister Al-Kabi this morning about the gas markets principally. But I think building on Minister Baluka's comments, there's obviously the other sectors, and I think the breadth and depth of GE's global portfolio provides kind of context on the power side and some of the clean energy technologies that are on the horizon. And it'd be really interesting to see reflectively, as we build a bridge now, you know, for the path forward, how you think this past year set the groundwork on the maybe non-conventional, non-gas side of the equation.
Right, well, thank you. And as you mentioned, GE helps power 1/3 of the world's energy in 170 countries, and so we take very seriously as one of the leading innovators of technology to not only decarbonize the energy sector, but make sure we're electrifying it at the same time. To your point about the billion people in the world who lack access to affordable, reliable, sustainable electricity, that's where our passion lies. Not only decarbonizing, but making sure the kids can turn the lights on to do homework, and parents have access to healthcare, economic opportunities, and we're electrifying. And I think that really is the theme that emerged out of some of these events we're all talking about from 2022 leading into 2023. We're all fully committed to our decarbonization goals and the technology pathways to get there, the innovation pathways. But electrification is at the same time emerging to that same level that we have to do both of these things together. And your example of switching from diesel to natural gas, there's nothing I can say more concrete than that, the examples you gave about the opportunities to use conventional power, natural gas, but you asked about some of the other technologies. So of course we're seeing strong opportunities for renewable energy, both wind and solar, as well as investing in the breakthrough technologies of tomorrow, where we made some significant milestones last year on running hydrogen as a fuel and gas turbines. We had a demonstration project right at Sharm el-Sheikh during COP27 where we did some hydrogen blending into the Sharm el-Sheikh power plant, the first time for Egypt, the first time for the African continent. Optimism around carbon capture, sequestration, and small modular reactors getting very significant momentum and acceptance all around the world. So we're excited both about the progress we're making with natural gas and fuel switching, with the opportunities for renewables being bolstered by policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which was part of the discussion this morning, and real proof points on the breakthrough technology. We know the breakthrough technologies are years away, if not, we're talking 2030s for some of them, but we want to be showing those proof points, and I think we had those opportunities. The other thing we'd say beyond the actual innovation and the power generation is the electrification side, that as we're decarbonizing, we want to be growing access to affordable, reliable, sustainable electricity. The invasion of Russia into Ukraine, as you said earlier, has really brought that to the forefront. We just can't take for granted being able to turn the lights on, whether it's weather events, whether it's energy security. And so the opportunities now to harden the grid, I think are front and center more than I've ever seen kind of in my career. So we look forward this year to continuing to grow that resiliency for the grid, bring on those technologies that not only will make electricity more reliable, affordable, and sustainable, but create that foundation for the decarbonization goals at the same time.
Well, so I want to key in on something you're talking about here, Roger, which I think, you preempted where I wanted to have this conversation go. The global energy agenda, one of the benefits we have is that we can look year to year and compare the perspectives and the perspectives of this broad coalition of stakeholders from the energy and climate world. And in 2021, on the throes of COVID, there was broad pessimism, and we were contracting in terms of expectations for the energy transition overall, expanded expectations for conventional energies, which is great in terms of it's good to know where people are at and where the world's headed. And you would think that Moscow and the Kremlin's invasion of Ukraine would have perhaps compounded that pessimism. But in fact, as we've seen in conversations and the essays that were drafted in the Global Energy Agenda and the survey results that we experienced this year, frankly, there's broad scale, I think, optimism that it's growing in terms of the expectation for the energy transition. And certainly in Europe, there's even more resolve for that. Minister, I'd be really interested, as we know the framing, we know the challenges of the past year, but just thinking about how the energy transition in going forward is now going to have tailwinds of this experience and reinforcing the imperative of an energy transition, across the board.
I want to share with you a very interesting fact. According to the International Energy Agency, the world is set to add as much renewable power in the next 5 years as it did in the past 20 years. This is a very important fact. Of course, we had set in Europe our goals, our aim to be reached by 2030. Of course, we have invested in Europe very intensively regarding the renewable energy. And as I said, the diversification of sources is very important. But we should say that all the complexity that we have faced in 2022 have been kind of pushing us forward much faster to have the possibility of increasing the production from renewable sources, and why not from new technologies as the hydrogen will be in the future. So today all the parks that are designed or are building in the region of Europe, all of them have let's say, the possibility to produce and to collect in the future the hydrogen from the PV parks. So all these are very important steps that, of course, have been designed and planned from long time, but due to this situation, we have fostered our strategies. But I still believe that we cannot rely only on renewable energy. So the green agenda, the transition on this green agenda, they are very important. But we should take into consideration that even the renewable energy can fail sometimes. Let's keep into consideration that during 2021, the production from the aeolic parks, the windmills of the North Sea, have been 50% less that the states have planned because of the wind. The wind was 50% less in speed. The renewable energy you can plan, but of course you never can get what you have planned. It's the same story that we have with hydro plants. The 2022 for Albania and for all of the region have been a very dry year. So what we have planned, what we have produced had a difference of 20%, which have translated in imports with very high prices. So we should create an energy mix. An energy mix, of course, based on renewable energy, based on new technology, based on new sources, as the hydrogen is, but of course should be a mixture, and we should have reliable sources as the LNG is. I'm talking, or Albania is talking through the experience as a country that have based everything on renewable energy. The mixture can offer for every country the energy security, which is the most important. Here, Europe should replace about 2/3 of the Russian gas that have used during all this time in the near future, in the near 5 years. Of course, this will ask capital-intensive investment, and of course, this will ask innovative sources and technology in the future. During this year, just for the protection and for having new supply sources, Europe has spent around 800 billion of euros. Only Albania, which is a very small country with 3 million of citizens, we have spent about $500 million of euros just to provide energy to our country. So energy, it's expensive, energy, it's vital, and of course we should be innovative to protect our countries and to find a way how to protect all the globe.
We're spending a lot of time discussing the aspects of the supply side, and I think, in the hunt for market stability and providing the conditions for an accelerated energy transition that has the economic and political stability that enables the decisions, the hard decisions to be made to get to where we need to be over the long range. We also have the demand side. Stephen, you and I have spent some time thinking about and discussing the importance of demand, and I would, just love to hear and build on some of your reflections. China, the zero COVID policy, what we're seeing in terms of demand and how that is influencing this concept of building a world that has market stability and what we need to be thinking about in that context of the demand side.
Yeah, Landon, we're distracted, I suppose, by a mid-20th century war with all of its explosions and casualties and just horrible reminders of the past. If that were not going on, the story of this past year would certainly have been 1.4 billion people and their economy putting themselves voluntarily in timeout and driving their demand down. I've thought about it. I can't really recall any comparable scenario in the past on that sort of scale where someone has turned down their demand and affected it. I guess we should be pleased of that for what it allowed Europe to do this year. Chinese demand was down 18%, I believe, of the additional 40 million tons of LNG that Europe brought in, probably 20% of that effectively came from Asia. So that was a very good thing that happened. That's what's led to these 85% storage levels now. It's given Europe the time and opportunity to build up flexible infrastructure to avoid the debottlenecking, as I said before. So at least it's given Europe a head start. That demand has to come back online. An economy of 1.4 billion doesn't stay on the sidelines forever. It will come back. It will lead to some competition that was not there before. It's to be seen how quickly that happens. And what will that do? As I said, I'm glad that Europe won't have the bottlenecks they had before. I think it's going to be easier to get some of those volumes, particularly into the Baltic. But there's not going to be a lot of flexibility this year. There's not a lot of liquefaction capacity coming online. We heard the energy ministers correctly saying that's really something for late 24, 25, 26. And so that just means more competition. And as we know, because we operate in LATAM, we operate in South Asia, that's going to mean enhanced competition for those spot volumes. At the same time, we've seen Argentina, we've seen Brazil, we've seen other countries continue to access the spot volumes. I saw Ingro out here in the hall, who has the terminal where our vessel in Karachi. That vessel imported over 1% of global LNG this past year. And what's that mean? That means that those volumes happen to be on long-term affordable contracts. So I think you're going to see a rush on the demand side, though it's moving slowly, of people realizing that sometimes you have to achieve energy security through a contracting strategy as much as through an infrastructure strategy. So we'll see how it unfolds, but certainly that's going to be a demand driver this year, for sure.
Building on the theme of a broader outlook, because of course, yes, Russia, Ukraine had a tremendous impact, particularly regionally in Europe, and now we're talking about the context of global demand in China. I want to bring in a third component of this conversation, Neeraj, and in the pursuit of finding balance, I think, which is thematically something that we've talked about, that Crescent is thinking about in the global energy transition. Nowhere is any community more impacted by the energy crisis, by what's going on with climate, than the developing world. And I really want to bring in that perspective, given Crescent's leadership and thought leadership on that space. How do we provide not just market stability for the West or for major global economies, but for a much broader global community?
Well, I think there are two key elements to that which needs to be addressed. The first is that affordability. Affordability is a key element of this. Otherwise, people continue to use wood and coal. for consumption. I mean, I won't name a country, but there is a neighboring country not far away, where 70% of its energy is generated from coal, 20% from fossil fuels, and about 10% from renewables and nuclear. It's a large country with a very large population, and they will continue to use coal until you find the right balance in terms of price. I think the Minister Mazrui this morning talked about $4 or $5 not being the right price, but equally double digit is not the right price too. But that price has to rise to a certain level under a long-term contract to give the governments a planning tool to be able to plan the economies and make the necessary investments to be able to receive natural gas on a long-term basis. We certainly see natural gas as a key component of the solution for developing markets. It takes them from where they are to the next level in the journey of carbon transition. I mean, we as Crescent have achieved over a period of time 85% production from natural gas, and we are 1/3 of global average in terms of industry. And last year we achieved carbon neutrality by supporting some wind farms. So we could do it as an upstream producer. There's really no reason why the emerging markets, developing economies can't follow that path, but it needs to make that commitment to a long-term strategy and building. I mean, energy you can't produce. It's not like a chocolate factory you can produce immediately. You need to make long-term investments, and these things take time, from FID to putting the infrastructure before it comes on stream. So I would say there would be these two important pitfalls. One is to continue to assume that the renewables will be your solution, I think it has to coexist with others in a broader energy mix. And secondly, making the decisions which are more longer term to be able to procure longer term supplies on a stable basis.
Roger, right before this panel, we had a conversation about finance. And I want to have a little fun here. And we know that we need to finance energy transition. Let's hold constant for finance. Let's assume that we have the finance. We've unlocked the challenge of making the money flows. In our pursuit of market stability and making sure that we achieve our long-term our long-term vision of an energy transition, a stable energy transition, money's not an issue anymore. We have an ecosystem problem. Yep. Build that out. I've heard you talk about the ecosystem problem. I'm really curious, and I think the audience, both here in person and globally, will really appreciate some thoughts on this too, because it's another facet of that stability platform.
I appreciate that, and thank you, because this has been my wake-up call recently. Perhaps everyone in the audience who's more sophisticated than me already understands this, but it was a little bit of a revelation to me recently, because if we look at the Inflation Reduction Act, I would never say money is not an issue, but we're starting to unlock some of the money issues. The Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act, put hundreds of billions of dollars towards financing a lot of the things we're talking about in the United States. And you have private capital, private markets saying, we're going to take every one of those dollars and multiply them. So money is still an issue. I would never say it's not, but it's perhaps we're starting to address that side of it. But then you step back, well, that's what we've always asked for, right? We have good policies, we have the money coming on board, that's what we've been asking for. But then when we step back from that, we kind of, there's like this other wake-up call, which is the ecosystem point. Let's say, hypothetically, to your point, if money was no longer an issue, we had all the money we need to spend. What could we do with that, and how quickly could we do it? And that's when all of a sudden, like, well, wait a second, we have an ecosystem issue. And I think the ecosystem issue presents itself in a few ways. One is kind of the regulatory side. Even though we're starting to see strong policies saying we want to drive the energy transition, we want to address decarbonization, our regulatory systems are gridlocked. Take in the United States, we have a huge issue with permitting and the years it takes and the uncertainty it takes. And once you decide you want to do a project, how many years you get hung up in kind of permitting review through a variety of different things. And there's just the resource issue too, all the kind of administration elements at different levels that have to approve these things and how backlogged they are. So we've got to fix kind of the regulatory administrative part of the ecosystem. Then we have a supply chain issue. I know supply chain's a big theme of this week, but are we ready? Do we have the factories in place? Do we have the materials in place? Do we have the labor in place? Are we doing enough to train? At GE, we love issues like that. Like, we want to solve for that. We want to do the training. We want to train people all around the world. But nonetheless, I think we would agree we're not there today to keep up with this pace. So we've got to think really strategically about that. And then we have the electrification issue, is even if we could solve for 1 and 2, how quickly can we get these resources onto a grid in a way that integrates with them to promote not only today's affordable reliability and sustainability, but also anticipates more extreme weather events, cybersecurity, the electrification of other sectors. So it's both a little bit intimidating and inspiring that we're dealing with. It's intimidating because it makes me realize if the United States were to kind of put everything in place today from a policy perspective, we still have to solve for the ecosystem. But it's also inspiring that we can have this conversation today, and there's such a united front among so many different diverse stakeholders who want to solve it. But I think, to be fair, thank you for the question, because we need to start bringing more attention to this ecosystem question now that some of the policies are starting to line up. We want to see more, but it's an increasing focus of our attention.
Well, you know, this morning when Dr. Sultan was here, he had a conversation about benchmarks. I recognize this is a COP28 year, so kind of thinking as we advance into 2023, Minister Bellucco, you just came from IRENA. You know that they're the champions of the global stocktake this year. Dr. Sultan was as forward-leaning as saying, we already know the outcome, we know where we're at, we know the baseline, so we need to start engaging in all of the components that we just covered in the past conversation. And so Roger, I appreciate you talking about this other, I think, aspect of the energy transition that maybe we're not discussing. But Minister Bellucco, I just want to shift the conversation to one of opportunity, because in terms of tone, that's where the energy agenda went this year. When we talk to the broader community out there and we see the surveys and we see the essays, there's a lot of momentum and optimism for the action that can result from COP28, from a year of pragmatic cross-sectoral engagement, and would just really welcome your thoughts in terms of, what's the benchmarks for success? What are you hoping to get out of what could turn out to be a really dynamic year?
Well, I will start again from what previously have been said. It's not only about the energy. The challenges are very complex and different right now. It's about the labor. Mm-hmm. It's about the cybersecurity matters, which are part of every sector right now. So we are facing this challenge of cybersecurity, starting from the energy sector to different other sectors as aviation, so in critical sectors, transportation and everywhere. So the future seems to be very challenging. But of course, having a clear plan, and I should say that by now, it seems that both governments and the private sector now have a clear path to be followed on this new situation created worldwide. And this is very important. I want to give a regarding the investment on renewable energy that it's equivalent of 1.7 billion of euros investment. So what is key to success should be the key to the success. And what is very important is to build every time. So we start with a strategy, let's say for decarbonization, and then we Germany have changed all energy for Europe. So this is how you change and how governments, and it's confusing people. So what is very important to be on the same page? It's very important to have a synergy between governments and
Sultan both have his leadership across Indri's role as minister. That expect. You look at the year ahead, and we start rebuilding towards a stronger energy system.
Well, it's on food security. We see in some countries when we show up for the first time and urea plants that have been idled come back online, the local farmers start having fertilizer again, or the local steel plant can go back online and start employing people again. We've seen markets where they had many coal projects planned and they canceled them once they started getting LNG. We need to keep, and to the Deputy Prime Minister's point, there are other sorts of intermittency going back again to October and November of 2021. And the wind droughts. I'd never heard the phrase wind drought outside an America Cups race in terms of which sailboat was going to win, and then suddenly, it's on the television all the time, and it's a real thing. We have to have the flexible import infrastructure that's going to allow both OECD countries that have to have that energy security and are going to allow the emerging markets to produce that urea, to have that locally produced steel, and to continue to shutter coal plants. We cannot have the global south reverting to coal. And from our standpoint, we're just going to accelerate the use of flexible infrastructure to get that done.
As I watch the time here tick down, Neeraj, Roger, I'm going to turn to you for the same question. At the end of this year, as we look at keeping 1.5 degrees alive and 2030 benchmarks, mid-century goals, what is the benchmark for success of both COP28, but the overall broad year of 2023 in general?
So I'll say something more specific as a benchmark for success. In my view, there is a need for more capital, private sector capital, to become available to meet needs of emerging markets and developing markets. As you heard earlier on today, that capital is available for US, OECD countries, but it's not available for projects outside that world. So the partnership between the multilaterals is important. I think that leadership needs to re-emerge back, which has been shy over the last couple of years. And really, people have been frightened into supporting hydrocarbon projects because it's something to do with energy, because they need to be seen as supporting renewable projects. I think that paradigm needs to shift. And this COP28 can achieve that. Because you heard two ministers today, talking openly about it, and particularly Minister Kabi was bold enough to say that you need the capital. I mean, look at the numbers. You need $5 trillion a year to achieve that, right? Where are you going to get that money from until you get the multilaterals who've completely switched off funding to change their mindset? And UAE assuming leadership at the World Bank Group is a very positive development. So I'm hoping one measure of success would be if they've been able to move the needle with the multilaterals to make finance available for hydrocarbon projects.
Roger?
I spoke earlier about the technology, how the pace of technology being delivered and implemented is increasing, renewable energy, natural gas, and the breakthrough technologies. We talked about the ecosystem. The last thing I would add to this is I think what has been the most transformative part of the last few years, which doesn't get talked about a lot, is the odd bedfellows type partnerships that are increasingly having a factor. The increasing role of companies in being the drivers of technology to deliver on decarbonization and electrification, with the support, with the partnership of governments, whether the UAE or other countries or multinational organizations, with NGOs, with other stakeholders, with different companies coming together. We saw a lot of that at COP27. I think Egypt did a masterful job bringing together a diverse set of stakeholders to solve a problem. And I would really urge the UAE, which I'm already seeing a lot of optimism here, to continue to do that, because no one entity can solve this on their own. It's really going to take a diversity of views, a diversity of perspectives. So the more we can spend the time now on these types of partnerships to come together, I think the more successful we're going to be at the end of the year to kind of aim for some of the goals that you've been putting on the table.
All right, Deputy Prime Minister Balogu, any closing thoughts on this? Did we get our benchmarks right?
Yeah, so I took notes. I think that the synergy between government and the private sector is very important. Steve said that the flexible infrastructure. So we have all our points. I believe that through experience, we will be in stronger position in the future, of course.
Thank you. Well, please join me in welcoming and thanking this panel today. We'll be now breaking for lunch, and we'll see everybody back at 2 p.m.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and again, our virtual audience. Welcome back as we kick off the afternoon sessions here at the opening day of the 7th Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. In this second block of programming, we're going to focus on the geopolitics of the energy system and how that's impacting our energy future. A geopolitical crisis in Europe has manifested into a crisis across global energy markets. The response of the global community will shape the contours of next year, and we should take seriously, I'm sure we all are doing that, the lesson of the last year that geopolitics should not be ignored in the energy transition. Dan Yergin wrote in the Wall Street Journal that we had amnesia about energy security, and certainly we don't have that amnesia any longer. But to that end, I can think of no better speaker to kick off our agenda this afternoon. To set the stage for us with his insights into energy and geopolitics, I'm delighted to introduce General Jim Jones. General Jones has served twice as the Atlantic Council's chairman, and he's now serving as the Atlantic Council's chairman emeritus. He served as National Security Advisor to President Barack Obama, as Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps, as Commander of the United States European Command, and Supreme Allied Commander Europe at NATO. I think it's safe to say that there is no other individual in the world who has had all of those jobs. So we are truly honored to have General Jones here with us today. And thank you, General Jones, thank you, Jim, for your service to the Atlantic Council, our country, and the world, and thank you in particular for your friendship. General Jones, the floor is yours.
How this is a pivot.
Very much for that very generous introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, what an honor it is to be with you in this forum and to be back here in Abu Dhabi to continue this very, very important discussion on energy. I'm really thrilled to be here, and I know from talking to you, many of you are as happy as I am to be back here. Goes without saying that the world is confronting overlapping generational challenges, and energy is a common thread to those challenges. Energy security, energy affordability, and sustainability are today the cornerstone of global stability and development. We can see how each of these objectives is front and center in global affairs today. Nowhere is the importance of energy security more visible than in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin is using energy as a weapon, leveraging Russia's status as a key global exporter of oil and gas to, in a literal sense, freeze his adversaries into submitting to his revanchist ends. His invasion has forced Europe to dramatically and rapidly reconfigure its energy supply chains to reduce the dependence on Moscow. Putin's weaponization of energy has made it clear that nations must carefully monitor supply chains to ensure steady access to energy and avoid being vulnerable to energy blackmail in an increasingly contested world. We should also pay great attention to the critical energy infrastructure and its vulnerability as well. Energy affordability is also critical. The height of the COVID-19 pandemic witnessed a dramatic decrease in energy prices as the global economy slowed very precipitously. On the other hand, high energy prices, exacerbated by Russia's actions, are making it very difficult to climb out of the COVID-19 recession. Energy affordability thus has macro implications for the global economy, not to mention a direct impact on the wallets and pocketbooks of individuals and families throughout the world. And finally, we can't lose sight of the importance of energy sustainability. Extreme weather events are increasing, and the scientific community has made it clear that we are heading down a dangerous path. We need to move to transition to more sustainable sources of renewable energy. Without that, the acceleration of climate change, absent serious, coordinated, and lasting efforts to improve sustainability, resilience, and mitigation will have a devastating impact on global development, on economic growth, and security. It risks fostering economic stagnation and reducing opportunities for the poor and the marginalized, and it could fuel conflicts born of economic malaise, resource competition, and more. So, ladies and gentlemen, international cooperation, as mentioned this morning, is needed to address these challenges, including ensuring supply chains remain secure, prices remain affordable, and coordinated action is taken to stop or diminish the worst effects of climate change as we transition to a sustainable future. The most immediate challenge afflicting global energy security and affordability is unfortunately the return of great power competition, and in particular Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The invasion of Ukraine has triggered shockwaves throughout the energy trade that affect every global citizen and will take years to settle. Emerging economies are being hit the hardest, losing energy access amid a period of elevated volatile prices. All of this is taking place against the backdrop of climate change, unforgiving droughts, and destabilizing weather patterns. The physical energy infrastructure in Ukraine is under daily siege, crippling the country's population and setting the stage for a long, hard post-war recovery. Moreover, as I said previously, the invasion has proven to be a wake-up call for Europe with regards to energy security. Mild weather and rapid action to shift supply chains have enabled Europe to weather the storm. Furthermore, efforts such as the 3 Seas initiative are increasingly vital for blunting Russia's use of energy as a weapon. This is a Central and Eastern European launched and led effort that has accelerated the development of cross-border transportation, energy, and digital infrastructure across the region between the Black, Baltic, and Adriatic Seas. The 3 Seas initiative, of which the Atlantic Council is very proud to have been a part of in its conceptual days, is a timely model for the cooperation that is necessary to ensure energy security, but also affordability and sustainability. The initiative is geared towards catalyzing the development of regional infrastructure, including pipelines and power lines, to diversity of the energy supplies and to the strengthening of energy resilience. The institutional core of the 3 Seas is the 3 Seas Initiative Investment Fund, a unique and innovative public-private partnership set up to mobilize private finance in support of the region's infrastructure projects. The fund has already been financed with over $1 billion from member states and aims to grow to from $3 to $5 billion with private capital. And the United States, with the Biden administration announcing 6 months ago its intent to support this fund with $300 million, an investment that will hopefully be finalized in the near term. The fund itself is managed by a commercial firm / entity and operates on purely commercial principles, free from political interference. One of its first investments involves a network of Central European solar panel farms, an investment that underscores how sustainable energy is fully consistent, if not embraced, by the 3 Seas vision. And I'm proud to say that the Atlantic Council has a long history with the 3 Seas initiative, dating back to its launch in 2016. Romania has offered to host the 2023 3 Seas Initiative Conference in Bucharest for the second time, and we hope to see many of you there. Many of us, including myself, believe this initiative's relevance and urgency has actually been elevated by the era of geostrategic confrontation in which we find ourselves today. When I look across this hall and see the number of people I've had a chance to speak with, I see a significant amount of capital represented by both the commercial and governmental sectors present here today. Central and Eastern Europe is a region that provides a rare mix of high growth and stable and reliable governments. Investing in the 3 Cs, its energy projects, if not the 3 Cs fund itself, would be an investment in exactly the type of innovative public-private partnerships needed to drive towards the energy transition in an age of dangerous climate change and volatile geopolitical challenges. The war in Ukraine and energy decoupling from Russia has also awakened us to the dangers of overdependence on China. The CCP is attempting to dominate the green energy technologies of the future and the critical minerals necessary for their production. It's also using slave labor in Xinjiang to produce solar panels. It's gaining malign influence with countries in the global south to secure critical minerals. For example, it dominates the world's supply of cobalt through its influence in the Congo. Just as the free world reduced its energy dependence on Russia, we must do the same with China. Responsible countries must make sure that we're not subsidizing China's genocide by purchasing solar panels made with slave labor. The Biden administration passed a law in June banning imports from China's Xinjiang regions, and since then, more than 1,000 shipments of solar energy components with hundreds of millions of dollars, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, have been stopped at U.S. ports. We should also ensure that the free world wins the race for the green technologies of the future, so that we're not dependent on other countries, particularly China, as I mentioned. The U.S. National Science and Technology Council's list of 19 critical and emerging technologies includes advanced nuclear energy technologies and renewable energy generation and storage. Some, including the Atlantic Council experts like Matthew Kronig and Ash Jain, have proposed a democratic technology alliance to ensure the free world maintains the lead in 21st century technologies, including green technology. This will mean making the right R&D investments at home, export controls to prevent China from stealing intellectual property, and reshoring and friendshoring critical energy supply chains to trusted countries and away from the threat. We need a better strategy to compete for influence in the global south so that countries like the Congo have alternatives to doing business with China uniquely. Meanwhile, the realities of great power competition are shaping the contours of the energy transition, with concerns around energy supply chains of both today and tomorrow, influencing how countries build partnerships to both achieve and thrive in a net zero world. Simply put, left unchecked, today's geopolitical risks are precursors to possible political and economic risks that have the potential to undermine global stability in the forthcoming decades. States are actively seeking control of areas that contain strategic energy reserves, such as oil, and maneuvering to ensure access to the critical minerals that will fuel clean energy growth in the future. States are actively seeking to ensure that they are the manufacturing powerhouses of the technology crucial to clean energy, wind turbines, solar panels, and batteries. This must not let competition in this realm impede progress that benefits the world as a whole. The road back to stability and security is built in large part on pursuing an energy transition that brings affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy to everyone. Toward this end, we need an all-of-the-above approach to energy that enables us to reach a net zero world while undergoing a practical, achievable transition. Achieving net zero will take time, and it will require developing key technologies, including more efficient energy systems and responsibly using a broad mix of energies. Moreover, international cooperation will be necessary to muster the capital necessary to finance this transition. We've heard from experts as they reckon with these challenges and charted a path out of the turbulent, divided status quo. We grappled with Europe's energy crisis and its knock-on effects around the world. We parsed issues of energy reliability and climate diplomacy, and we explored the 2023 global energy agenda. The message was clear. Our focus must be on bringing energy markets into balance in a manner that steadies the path to a low-carbon future and safeguards the energy security necessary to foster economic growth and prosperity that the world so desperately needs. To sum up, the world we need to create must be based around a few core principles. First, international cooperation is non-negotiable, as was mentioned this morning. Cooperation is necessary to ensure stable supply chains and energy security, to keep prices affordable, which is critical to economic growth, and to ensure a sustainable path forward that allows us to navigate the challenges of climate change. Cooperation will be necessary to facilitate a transition to a net zero world, whether in terms of bringing together the brain trusts of different countries, developing more efficient technologies, or in piecing together joint financing mechanisms to scale up more sustainable energy systems. Second, we need to be practical, meaning we must follow an all-of-the-above approach to energy as we transition. Moving to a net zero world is an urgent challenge, and we cannot lose sight of that. On the other hand, forsaking realism and taking too narrow an approach to energy will harm our ability to safeguard energy security and affordability in the near term. And finally, we must be bold and we must be innovative, not only in the sense of technological development, but in pursuing cooperative models like the 3Cs initiative that foster connectivity across borders. In the end, with collective will and coordination, we can overcome challenges such as climate change and great power competition to foster a more energy secure, affordable, and sustainable world. Thank you very much for your attention. It's an honor to be here with you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Founding Chairman of the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center, Ambassador Richard Morningstar.
Hello, everybody, and welcome, and thank you for joining us here at the conference and for this important conversation, Europe in Crisis, the Path Forward. It's my honor to introduce my good friend and a great friend of the Atlantic Council, the European Commission's Director General for Energy, Ditte Juul-Jorgensen. Europe has stood formidably against Russia's energy warfare, which has been designed to break public support for Ukraine by unleashing economic pain on Europe's consumers and industry. Despite Russia's actions, this winter, Europe is prevailing. With a little bit of luck, but even more important, the great work of Ditte and her colleagues, the European Commission will get through this winter. We know that next winter may be more difficult for a number of reasons, but I have no doubt that with Ditte and her colleagues at the helm, that Europe will be as well positioned as possible to withstand Russia's attacks on its energy system. And Europe should not be left alone to deal with Russia's energy aggression, and global allies like the United States can and must contribute significantly to helping Europe. And at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, we've been honored to work with DITA on European energy issues. We're happy to have engaged closely with the Commission on these efforts. So DITA, I look forward to hearing your insights and for the panel that will follow.
Thank you very much to Ambassador Morningstar. Thank you to the Atlantic Council for the invitation, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to say a bit about the European perspective, about what happened last year, how we responded, but also, of course, to talk about the path ahead and the challenges we have for the winter 23-24 that is now the focus. Before the Russian invasion into Ukraine, before that war and before the weaponization of energy by Russia, we were highly dependent in our energy imports on Russian fossil fuels. We imported more than or around 40% of our overall gas consumption from Russia alone, and that is in a context of imports of natural gas representing 90% of the overall consumption. We had high levels of dependency also on Russian oil, 27%, and 46% as regards coal imports. What we saw already early in 2021, in the storage filling season 2021, was a weaponization of gas, in particular by Russia in the run-up to the war. A few words about how we have responded to that. First of all, of course, there are the many packages of sanctions, the very significant sanctions we have taken in cooperation with our transatlantic partner, among others. But our primary response in the field of energy has been Repower EU, which is a plan for how to become independent from Russia in terms of our energy imports. It rests on three components, three pillars. The first pillar is reducing our consumption through energy efficiency and energy savings. The second is renewables, scaling up and accelerating our investment into renewable energy. And then the third is replacing the Russian supplies with supplies from reliable partners like the United States in particular. And what you have seen over the last year is a massive surge in the import of LNG into the European Union, as well as a significant infrastructure investment to make that possible, to make that changed gas inflow possible. When we set out Repower EU in March last year, there was quite a lot of criticism and quite a few questions. Is it really possible? Can Europe reduce its dependence on Russia energy supplies as much as they say they want to? Yes is the answer after this year, and it has been done swifter than what anyone had in mind, essentially because the supplies have been reduced unilaterally by Russia, again, since before the war. In addition to Repower EU, we have given ourselves a number of instruments. We have taken action to respond to the emergency. This includes a wide range of measures. First of all, we have put in place regulation to make sure that our gas storages are filled ahead of this winter and ahead of the coming winter. We have made commitments across the European Union to reduce gas consumption. We have put in place measures to make sure that there are profits from energy companies that go into compensating households and businesses, the consumers that have suffered from the very high prices. We have put in place new rules to significantly accelerate the permitting procedures for renewable. We have established a platform to ensure demand aggregation and joint purchasing across the European Union. And we have put in place a market correction mechanism and circuit breakers to address the financial market concerns related to our energy trade. I've been working for the EU for 30 years, a bit more than 30 years, and I have never in those 3 decades seen a pace of delivery like the one we have seen over this year. And I think the level of unity across the European Union is another significant aspect of this, in addition, of course, to the close work with partners, most notably the US over this year in this crisis. And the measures we have taken have largely delivered what they had to deliver. Our gas storages are currently filled at 83%. The normal at this time of year would be around 60%. The weather has been mild, but there has also been significant investments and significant efforts into making sure that gas storages are full. We have managed to calm markets by the demand reduction and by the additional supplies from other suppliers. So gas prices are currently at the lowest level since before the war, currently around 63 at TTF, our benchmark. And we have diversified away from Russian supplies, primarily by importing very significant amounts of LNG, where the US has become our most important supplier. And then, of course, in addition to that, we continue on our Green Deal agenda, our energy transition towards climate neutrality in 2050. Over the last year, we have installed around more than 40 gigawatt of solar capacity and 15 gigawatt of wind power just in that 1 year across the EU 27 countries. And we have reduced our demand. We set ourselves a target of 15%, but demand has actually been reduced 20% when it comes to natural gas. And so a very significant measure taken across the European Union and in agreement among the 27 member states. The crisis is clearly not over, and we have very significant challenges ahead as we prepare for the next winter and with a number of unknowns in what needs to be done. So how do we see that, and what are we doing there? We've got a medium-term ambition, we've got our long-term commitment to climate neutrality in 2050, and that continues to be the framework within which we operate, also to ensure energy security and affordable energy across the European Union. So we've got some big decisions ahead of us in the coming months. We need to bring forward the regulatory framework on renewables, energy efficiency, energy performance of buildings, the electricity market design, as well as renovation of buildings to make sure that we become more energy efficient and reduce our consumption further. And the way we have approached this in renewable energy and energy efficiency sectors is by setting ourselves clear and binding targets to make sure that the direction of travel and the investment framework is clear. And then, of course, we have built significant infrastructure across the European Union to make sure that we have an internal energy market that functions and that has given us security of supply across the European Union, also in what has been a challenging year. And of course, a critical element in our energy security and in our transition is our cooperation with reliable partners to make sure that we're not dependent on one sole supplier and to make sure that we transition towards clean energy together with partners. We have been investing in that, including investments, of course, since the first big crisis, the 1973 oil shock crisis, but also since the first Russian disruption of supplies a bit more than a decade ago. So we have given ourselves the infrastructure and the tools that are necessary to withstand that. A lot remains to be done, including to make sure that we go into next winter secure and with gas storage is full, but we are on the right pathway and will continue efforts there. So I do think it's fair to say we have learned from the mistakes of the past. We can learn even more from this crisis, from the situation we're in now. The global partnership, the transatlantic partnership, is a critical learning in that context. And we hope to remain a critical market, an energy hub, and an attractive market for suppliers and for private investment as part of that energy transition and energy security. So this was a brief overview of how we approached the challenges of last year and how we look into this coming year as part of the longer-term structural changes in our energy policy and in our energy markets. So I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
If our panelists can take their seats, we'll get cracking. And please, over here. Thank you, Luis. Great, we're good to go. I'll introduce everyone and try and raise the fantastic remarks from the Director General and from General Drones previously, but it is after lunch. So we want to make sure that everyone is engaged in this conversation, and what we would really like to have happen here is create a conversation where everyone asks questions. We have folks in the room with microphones. They're willing at your beck and call, and we're not going to hold off till the end. If you have any question as we go, please do raise your hand, and we'll call on you and see if we can have you interact with our panelists here today. So just some quick introductions. We have over on my far left, Ben Wilson, Chief Strategy and External Affairs Officer at National Grid. And of course, you know the Director General. Luis Cabra, Executive Managing Director and Deputy CEO of Repsol. Welcome. Over to my right, Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt, Assistant Secretary of State for Energy at the Department of State. Welcome. and Anatol Fagin, Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer of Cheniere. Great to have you all. The last person I'd like to introduce over on your left, my far right, is our esteemed colleague Maxim Timchenko. He's Chief Executive Officer of DTEK, which is the largest private investor in energy in the Ukraine. And before we get into discussions of geopolitical cooperation, the future of energy in Europe, we thought it would be fitting first to give the floor to Maxime to tell us a bit about what's happening in Ukraine, not just over the past year and several months with a very focused set of attacks on the energy grid and infrastructure and DTEK facilities, but what's happened today. There has actually been a renewed attack today that he could tell us about, and to really explain a bit more about why this is so important. This war is, of course, at its heart, an existential war for the future of Ukraine and its people. That's number one, the survival of Ukraine. But it's also an energy war. And DTEK is on the front lines of that conflict. And many of you here very closely involved in the energy industry for your entire careers. In my recent memory, I can't remember an infrastructure, a grid, a tactic that a malefactor is using to try and usurp a populace. And DTEK is doing fantastic work to protect the facilities that have been targeted by Russian drones and missiles. Your teams are scrambling to repair the damage, and many have lost their lives in the effort to keep the lights on in the Ukraine. So Maxim, please do tell us, how is the Ukraine grid, how is DTEK, how is your team holding up, and what has happened today?
Thank you for invitation, and thank you for opportunity to speak about Ukraine. One of the central topics of discussions is energy crisis, and energy crisis is different for Ukrainians and different for European people. For European people, this crisis probably reflected in household bills and price of electricity payment. For Ukrainians, it's how many hours a day they can have electricity supply, or how many hours a day they spend in bomb shelters without electricity, or how they can plan the following week, understanding either they go to work or stay at home because there is no electricity at companies they operate. And it's all about energy war. Energy war started by Putin, started many years ago. He started it from blackmailing European companies, or European world in gas prices. In our case, the story about gas prices was the existential crisis for many years. And we were the first who were shouting and saying loudly that Putin is using energy as a weapon. Unfortunately, we've not been heard for many years. Finally, we all realized that this is reality. But now, Putin converted this energy economic war into real destruction of energy infrastructure in our country. Started from October this year. Only talking about our company, and we produce about 25% of electricity, and about 40% of electricity is transmitted through our grid. We've got more than 170 shellings during this period of time. More than 11,000 pieces of equipment were damaged. And I'm talking only about power stations, not even giving you any statistics about our power grid. And literally right now, we have another attack, part of our infrastructure. It's first time what was reported that Russians using ballistic missiles, which quite difficult to detect by air radar systems in Ukraine. That's why the success rate for them can be higher. And right now, at this moment, we have several carriers of missiles in the air, and we have a high chance that it will be air attack to infrastructure, and several military ships in Black Sea, carriers of missiles. This is reality in Ukraine, and this is our energy crisis. And when people hear such new statistics or stories, of course, they're asking how you survive for so many months, weeks. And my answer is that the formula of this survival is unity. I think for Ukraine, it's one of the most important words at the moment. Unity among energy companies, and today we do not differentiate either it's private company or it's state company. We work together. We work together every day, we exchange equipment, we help each other. It's unity between energy companies and air defense forces of Ukraine. So we work together protecting our power stations and our grid and substations. It's unity of Ukraine and the whole civilized world with all support we are getting every day. And every time I use this opportunity to say all the words gratitude to all our partners, United States, European Union, all other countries and companies helping us every day. And another formula of this success, that after each attack, we become stronger because we understand tactics of Russians, we know how to defend ourselves, we become more creative, we do everything that every attack have lower impact, and thanks to our air defense forces and this steep learning curve in energy industry, we are half through the winter season, and I'm more than confident. And basically that confidence was 3 months ago when we've been asked either we can survive this winter season. Yes, we can survive. We will survive this winter season. Putin will not plunge Ukraine into darkness. The country will not be frozen, and we will be stronger after this winter season. Stronger prepared for the next level. And basically, this is my message. 5-6 million people in Ukraine every day disconnected from electricity supply. But there is no chance that our spirit will change. So again, coming back to my word of unity. Ukrainians so united against Russia, against these constant attacks. We can live, we can survive, and definitely we will win.
Maxim, when you took this job at the beginning of DTEC, you probably never imagined that you would be in a position where you'd be getting daily alerts on there being 17 to 20 Russian bombers still in the air waiting to launch projectiles at your facilities, yet you manage this every day. It's a real testament to the hard work and the vital importance of energy to society. The survival of DTEC's grid of Ukrainian energy is key to proving that you are not a people that can be conquered, and it's really heartening and something to see. Just one final word to keep this as sober as possible. You have lost staff in this conflict, people, DTEC staff who have been line workers. Just a word or two about them. My understanding is over 200.
It's the highest price possible we pay for the future, not only Ukraine, but the whole Western world, civilized world. And I have all these statistics every day. So today we lost 177 people, employees of the tech, 4,700 people serving in Ukrainian army, out of 6,000 people working for our company. And sometimes I'm asked, what is the most difficult for you being in this war and leading this one of the major energy companies in Ukraine? The most difficult for me is to find the words, not even any other way of motivation, to ask people to come to power station knowing that power station is target of missile attack. And that's what I call heroism. And that's the reason why I'm staying and working as much as I can in this company, because I'm proud to be with these people. Working power stations, going after sappers to restore power supply. We have unfortunately, situation when mines are not detected and we have explosion and our electrical crews and members of the crews died. This is what is happening, and this is something that the most hurting, the most difficult to live with. But I don't want to change anything until we win this war.
Thank you for sharing, and we really do appreciate your reminding us how important it is to keep this war and this conflict top of mind as we move forward and talk about energy and European energy, which is what we're here to discuss. But thank you very much for setting the stage on that. And we'll come back to you, if we can, in a moment, because there's a lot of innovation happening at DTEC as well in the midst of all of this, and would love to hear about your renewables push. So we'll come back to you on that in a moment. But I'd like to go back to what the Director General was talking about a little bit earlier, and the position that Europe finds itself in right now, partially due to Mother Nature and warm weather and fast action and unity. The energy crisis in Europe has been somewhat limited over this winter, and things are looking positive. New floating LNG terminals are being opened. Germany has extended the life of its last 3 nuclear power plants. Mother Nature is cooperating. Winter has been mild. Energy prices are low. Gas reserves are full. Fears sparked by the Nord Stream shutoff are starting to subside. Is there a risk that we become too sanguine with our good fortune and not look actively towards this coming winter, 2023-24, and how can we prevent that moving forward in our response, Director General?
I think that's partly my job, is to make sure that we keep our focus on the winter 23-24, that we do everything we can to prepare ourselves. I think the shocks we went through over 2022, and that is nothing compared to the invasion in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine. We were seeing the effects in energy markets. We were seeing the effect of the weaponization of energy. So we're talking about a completely different crisis, and I want to be clear about that. But I think what we have been through this year has also put us at a level of alert that we know we have to be agile, we have to be prepared, we have to do everything we can to be ready for whatever happens. So there is a high level of awareness across the European level, across the European Union, of the challenges and the risks as we go into this next year. I think in the best case scenario, our storages are above average when we finish this winter, so that when we go into the storage filling season in April, there is less work to do and we're less dependent on some of the risk factors out there. Now, that storage filling level depends on the weather. It also depends on our ability to continue to reduce demand, and that's why we've given ourselves an obligation to do it. We have made it clear that we want to do it across the European Union. And then it depends on our ability to put in place alternative sources, to scale up the renewables fast, and to continue to work with global partners. And I think that global partnership and the transatlantic partnership, once again, has been absolutely critical in our ability to address the challenges of 2022. And we look forward to continuing that engagement with global partners to make sure that we're ready for for the winter 23-24.
Thank you for that, and wanted to bring in you, Ambassador Pyatt, on this because transatlantic cooperation has been critical and key. We were discussing earlier there have been some bumps along the way on other issues around the IRA and EVs, protectionism, but by and large, a real show of strength. How is the U.S. And transatlantic relations playing into this ability to not only solve this year's winter, but planning for next year?
Well, first of all, I would say successfully, and it's a testament to the partnership that Dita and I are part of, which really comes from the very top of both President von der Leyen, President Biden, and all the efforts that have been made. But I want to come back to something really important, which Maxime said, which is the idea that Putin's weaponization of energy did not begin in February. It began years ago, and in many ways, Ukraine was the first victim of that. In some ways, Ukraine's energy grid is today the front line of European security, which is why we have worked so hard together in the G7 with our European partners, with Japan, with others, in order to give the Ukrainians the resources they need to restore the integrity of their grid, to build back better, as you alluded to, Andrew. I would also flag from my own return to Kyiv last month, just something that was implicit in Maxime's remarks, which is just how deeply impressive the resolve and determination of the Ukrainian people is. And the energy workers, the civil society, the politicians, it's really quite profound to see. I think as we look ahead, you know, Fred made the point in his opening remarks that we are living through a remarkably dynamic and challenging moment in the geopolitics of energy, and it's important to remember that Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the weaponization of energy has not just affected Europe. Having lived in the European Union and the Eurozone for the first 3 months of the war, I know how concerned citizens and companies and political leaders were. But look at the global South. Look at how the invasion of Ukraine and the weaponization of energy resources has disrupted global food security, has disrupted the cost of fertilizer, has disrupted the plans of governments in Africa, in South Asia, in East Asia, and beyond. I think in the European case, in the transatlantic case, Dita did a good job of charting all of the progress that has been made. I would just emphasize the commitment on the US side to continuing that as we head into next winter and the years beyond. The IEA has pointed to a 30 BCM gap in global gas supplies as a result of the decoupling of Europe and Russia, and I think that decoupling is permanent. There is going to be no return to business as usual with Russia on issues of Europe and oil and gas, and that's a welcome development. U.S. LNG producers are a big part of that story. The fact that we more than doubled the supply of U.S. LNG to Europe last year is a tribute to the dynamism and the effectiveness of our producers. But we also need to keep working on the energy transition together, recognizing that the surest source of energy security is a successful transition to new and renewable sources. And I think to finish up, you alluded, Andrew, to some of the issues around the IRA. I think President Biden has made clear our commitment to work through those. But I think what has been missed in some of the conversation is the extraordinary opportunities that are going to open up in the United States. What happens when you put $36 billion a year over 10 years into this sector? The opportunities that's going to create for European companies to invest in wind and solar and storage and hydrogen, all of the novel technologies that are going to be part of the energy transition, which I expect Europe and the United States will lead together, both because of the innovative character of our economies, but also because of the trillions of dollars of goods and services that flow across the Atlantic every year.
It sounds like there's some great unity there, and you're right. The inspirational story of the Ukrainian people and what we can learn from them has caused us all to rally together and cooperate, which is wonderful. But I'd like to take us back to an earlier period, 50 years ago, in fact. And the Director General mentioned this in her remarks, actually, 1973, an OPEC oil crisis. Very similar impacts, completely different conflict, nowhere near as existential, but still, OPEC quadrupled the price of crude, which at that point powered 60% of Europe's energy. 75% of it was coming from the Middle East, which was the cheapest so far. This crisis also created a tremendous opportunity for reform, both in energy security and in environment and efficiency. But it was missed, largely due to a lack of a coherent strategy and nation states acting in their own interests. Ultimately, bilateral deals were struck between France and UK and Saudi. West Germany courted Iran. Rather than go through the whole list, in fact, became the roots of West Germany exploring pipelines to what was then the Soviet Union in order to create another secure form of gas, and here we are today. So, and I might add that Britain and Norway began deep water drilling in the North Sea shortly after that as part of that effort, so it was actually a turn towards fossil fuels. And I wonder if we're seeing some of that today in what's happening with LNG, a transition source, as we've been discussing earlier. And so I'd like to actually bring Anatol into that discussion, if we could, and talk a little bit about that in the LNG market. Cheniere is the largest U.S. LNG exporter. 70% of your molecules in your production came to Europe this year. I think it was you who said Europe has now been transformed from a market of last resort to a market of greatest need. And LNG terminals are proliferating everywhere. Germany is creating them right now, and as we discussed earlier, at an incredibly record pace. It's remarkable. Are we seeing the same dynamic with LNG as we saw with fossil fuels, North Sea drilling, that we saw in 1973? Is history repeating itself?
Thanks, Andrew, and tough acts to follow all around, so I'll try to contribute a verse. I am honored to be here, of course, representing Cheniere. Cheniere came up with this model that has allowed the U.S. export system to respond to this crisis. So very, very, very honored to bring that to the table. And Andrew, as you said correctly, it was our product, but that product was controlled, over 90% of that volume was controlled by our long-term customers, and they directed it to the market that sent the right signal. I do think that that is a key part of the solution going forward. Who knows what weather will bring, who knows what the supply-demand will be precisely over the coming years, but that flexibility of diversity of destinations and diversity of suppliers from the buyer's perspective will allow the responses to be much more measured and much more pragmatic. So early on in this crisis, there were these ideas that, well, why don't you enter into a transaction that supplies Europe for a decade and then supplies emerging Asia for a decade? And while conceptually that's not a bad idea, practically that's not feasible. But what is feasible and what we have seen in the system's response is that the majority of the commitments for the U.S. product have come from intermediaries, which will take them to the market that sends the right price signal. So I do think in that sense, U.S. will be part of that solution going forward. It does have some similarities in terms of stimulating that demand to the 73 crisis. It has the additional, of course, tragic component that Maxime spoke to earlier, that the Arctic Russian LNG supply, which was, in our view, part of the equation for decades to come, is now off the table, and the world will have to rebalance without that supply node. So we think this is a very elegant component. We do think that in order for it to have the type of durability and longevity that our assets rely on, we're going to continue to invest in the improvement of the life cycle emissions profile. We think that the US and Canada has tremendous opportunity to do so over the coming decades, and the contribution to decarbonization will be tremendous just from that focus on that supply chain. And that's what enables us to partner with European buyers that put Cheniere on the map initially. The majority of our original foundation customers when we started out are European-based companies. Unfortunately, no one represented on this panel. We weren't fortunate enough to work with National Grid, but we did with Centrica, not with Repsol, but we do have Naturgy, Iberdrola, other Iberian players. So it will be part of the solution. We'll contribute to that. We have an expansion going on in Texas. We'll continue to expand our platform. We said from the current additional 15 million tons, we'll add another 30, which will take us to 90 million tons, which is what slightly larger than what QE is today. And the U.S. platform overall will continue to be responsive to Europe's and the world's need for this increasingly cleaner fuel.
Thank you for sharing. And I want to remind the audience questions are welcome. If anyone has any, they can raise their hand and be recognized, and we'll pass around a microphone, just as a reminder. Speaking of renewables, let's bring Luis into the conversation if we could. Luis, your CEO, Josu Jan Imaz, said in November that Europe has failed its energy transition. And of course, what he was referring to was the focus on renewables up until now. But tell us a bit about that, what he meant by that, and what we can do to better accelerate the transition to renewables, and what Repsol is doing in that regard.
Okay, this is a good start, being at the right-hand side of the Director General of Energy of the European Commission. So let me fine-tune a little bit what our CEO said. He said that Europe has failed its energy security, and we have heard about very, very meaningful discussion from Dieter. And we might be at risk of failing our energy transition if we do not take into consideration the whole picture, the energy trilemma, and being sure that energy security, affordability, and decarbonization is addressed at the same time. But let me say after that we Europeans, we can be very proud of what has been done in Europe during this century in terms of decarbonization. We have reduced our emissions more than 25%. Probably this is the continent that has done a better job on that by far. But we cannot be complacent. We need to take into consideration that a part, we can discuss which part of this reduction has been accompanied by a reduction of the industrial capacity of Europe. We do not reach our target of having the weight of industry in our GDP more than 20%. We are now even more farther than at the beginning of the century. So we cannot be solving our CO2 emissions by exporting emissions elsewhere, because the industrial capacity that we lose is going to be built elsewhere, and maybe they are not as good as us in reducing emissions. So definitely this is this type of provoking a discussion and say how we can together solve this energy trilemma. So this leads me to the second part of the question. You said how we can accelerate our transition to renewables. I would rephrase again, I'd like to discuss even the questions. Say how we can accelerate the decarbonization of our energy mix. And this comes with not being dependent on just single options. We shouldn't depend on single options on supply, Russia. We shouldn't depend just on a single decarbonization solution to solve a huge issue, which is being climate neutral in 2050. That's why we always say we can do a good job in different fronts. But definitely, on one side, we are very insistent that policies and regulations in Europe are as open as possible with regards to the options. Let's prohibit or limit emissions of CO2, and let's promote all decarbonization options that technology puts in our hands. Now we see, of course, we need a big emphasis in electricity generation, renewable electricity generation. Repsol is there. We will be producing in a couple of years more than 6 gigawatts of wind, solar, and hydro in Spain, in the US, and in Chile for the time being, on the way of having a production of 20 gigawatts in 2030. We were producing zero renewable electricity. We were not in that business just 5 years ago. So, but also we want to see a future to our industrial units in Iberia. We have very competitive refineries and petrochemical sites. We are convinced, and I can speak now from Repsol's side and also from the Association of Fuel Manufacturers in Europe, Fuels Europe, that I have the honor of presiding during these years. And we are committed to transform these to renewable liquid fuels. What production we can get, we'll see. But if we have the right policies and the right regulations, we will exhaust the maximum capacity of renewable liquid fuels that we can produce in Europe. And we have some independent studies that show that we can produce more than 200 million tons of these materials in Europe during the next decades. And Repsol will be producing next year 250,000 tons a year of jet fuel coming from used cooking oils and animal fats. So this is going on, and we need to get most of the regulations open the space to get the maximum of raw materials to produce these new fuels, and also to have opened the door to use these fuels everywhere, for aviation, for shipping, for road transport. And we have an interesting discussion in Europe about banning the internal combustion engine. I like to see, for the time being, a small door open to say, okay, if these internal combustion engines are accompanied by carbon neutral fuels, that could be a feasible solution. We want to collaborate more with the European Commission on that front. So at the end of the day, opening the door from regulation to different options. I finalized saying, okay, this is what we ask to politicians, but well, what about companies? What we need to do? What we need to do is put in our money where our mouth is. And well, Repsol, during the period 21 to 25, is gonna invest 35% of our total investment is gonna be in low carbon, either renewable electricity generation, low carbon fuels, hydrogens, and starting to invest in carbon capture and storage. So we were investing zero just 5 years ago in this front. We are very much committed to climate neutrality. Modestly, we were the first company in the world, oil and gas company, to commit to net zero back in December 19. But we are really putting our money where our mouth is, and we are very actively collaborating or trying to collaborate with the European Commission in the legislation front, and please find Repsol and Fuels Europe as credible and loyal partners in this effort.
Wow, you are looking at a variety of different options for production, and I look forward to one day driving a car powered by cooking oil and animal fat. Ben, I'd love to incorporate you now. You too are a big proponent of renewables at National Grid, and you have a very interesting purview over both the UK and the northeast of the US, where I am a customer of National Grid, I might add. And I know that one of your go-tos is hydrogen. Is it time to step on the other gas, if I can make a dad pun, and you can share a little bit about your thoughts on the transition?
Thanks, Andrew, and great to be here. And I'd like to start by saying that the people of the United Kingdom stand with Ukraine against the aggression of Russia. Also, I think, touch on the first gas before we talk about the other gas, and I echo the comments about the importance of US LNG. So our Isle of Grain LNG regas terminal, which is the largest in Europe, in 2021, 30% of the cargoes came from Russia. In 2022, 30% of the cargoes came from the US. And then actually a lot of that gas has been flowing straight through the UK and through our export pipelines to Europe, which have been flowing full power all year. Also, our electric connectors to France, which normally import French nuclear power, have been flowing in the other direction this year. So we may not be in the EU anymore, but we are still European, and we are still a good European partner supporting the EU. We are very excited about hydrogen, particularly in the Northeast United States, supported by the Inflation Reduction Act. We think it's a very prospective way to decarbonize our gas networks in the US. But green hydrogen, it's important to remember, is not a primary source of energy. It actually all comes from renewables. And so the main thing that we need to do in the UK and in Europe to get us off this Russian problem is to build on the renewable side. And one consequence of the war is there is no longer an energy trilemma. Renewables will decarbonize us. They're also now in Europe by far the cheapest form of electricity generation, not a little, but a lot, and they contribute to energy security. So there is no trilemma. We need to build, in particular from our perspective in the North Sea. We have 14 gigawatts of offshore wind in the North Sea. That's the second in the world after China. Our target for 2030 is 50 gigawatts, and the EU's target in the North Sea is 76 gigawatts. It needs to be a joint project between the UK and the EU in the North Sea, and we were very pleased to re-enter the North Sea Energy Cooperation Partnership in December. It's very important that the North Sea Rim countries work together. The last point I'll make, Andrew, is one that I really hope makes an impression. If we think about the dollars that we need to spend by 2050 to deliver net zero on generation, on renewable generation, we need to spend a comparable amount of dollars on grids to bring that power. And we mustn't lose sight of that. Everybody loves wind in the North Sea, but we need a lot of transmission lines to bring that power to customers. So there's some hard, boring work to be done on regulatory approvals, permitting and planning permission to build those grids to bring the power to the customers.
Not to mention in the northeast of the U.S. as well at the same time, a political minefield, I know. Yes. So an interesting data point that you raise as we were talking about the 1973 crisis, increasing production in deep sea drilling in the North Sea. Britain was the number 5 producer, I think, of oil at that point in time. Now the number 2 producer of wind. What a transition in 50 years, yes. And very hopeful for us in this discussion going forward. Maxim, I'd love to come back to you and talk a bit about the future of DTEC and some of the investments that you've been making in renewables and your thinking around that. You were just mentioning to me before this discussion, before we came out here, as we were talking about the horrific situation in the Ukraine and the triumph of DTEC and the people of Ukraine, some of the projects that you've got, that you've been investing in, that you'd like to bring back online. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about what DTEC is investing in, because it's quite interesting, your view and your foresight and your forward thinking.
Thank you. We're investing in energy security of Europe. You know, I think it was very symbolic that on the night when war started, Ukrainian energy grid disconnected from Belarus and Russia. It was sort of test mode, but it appeared that it's disconnected forever. And then Ukraine surprised the whole world with greatest support of European Union and United States when we connected to European grid on 16th of March. So now we're physically part of European grid already. And all future investments in Ukraine by the companies or by the government should be associated with the role of Ukraine in the future energy security of European Union and in green transition. And there are enormous potential in Ukraine. If you're talking about gas, we have one of the largest gas deposits in the country. And I'm more than confident that Ukraine will become net exporter of gas over the next 1-2 years' time. Even today, 30 BCM problem for European Union can be partly resolved by Ukraine. After winter season, for some months, we can start exporting gas to Europe. We have one of the largest gas storage capacities. We have one of the most developed nuclear industry, and bringing new technologies like SMR can let us start exporting clean energy to Europe. And coming to renewables, we have one of the highest potential in solar and wind in the country. We have great radiation, topography, connection to the grid, and we did some preliminary feasibility study that we can reach as much as 50% of renewables in our generation mix, as much as 30 gigawatt of capacity, out of which up to 15 gigawatt can be exported to European Union. And what we need for that, we need to develop our interconnection and cross-border capacity, and we work together with our European partners to increase it now. And we need investors to come to Ukraine, and conditions should be created for them. As example, for our company, as already mentioned, the war started for us quite a long time ago. When in 2014 we lost about 30% of our assets in Donbass and Crimea, some of generation. What was our response? We heavily invested in renewables, more than 1.2 billion euro, and we became the largest renewable investor in the country. Today, we lost control of all our wind parks, temporary, but still half of our renewables capacity under occupation. What is our response? Just 1 month ago, we resumed construction of the largest wind farm in Ukraine. After Kherson was deoccupied and frontline moved a bit, for security reasons, we make this decision to keep building this wind farm, erect turbines we have, and add another so needed capacity for Ukraine. The recent talks of, or statements of President Zelensky about Ukraine, that we can become green hub for Europe. And that's very important message. And that we need to build more decentralized system. So, and what is interesting is that the idea to build more decentralized generation from technical point was heard many years. In our case, the primary reason is not that this is the most efficient way. In our case is that it's much more difficult for Russians to hit large transformers that we have next to our nuclear station. If we have decentralized. Decentralization is mostly renewables, building more renewables. So basically this is what we are doing, and I think that role of Ukraine in energy security of Europe will be one of the driving forces of recovery of Ukraine after this war.
Thank you, Maxim. And that's a very uplifting thought as well as you look to diversify your sources and are getting your wind facilities back online. It was talked about earlier today, the future of Russian energy globally. I know I would expect your answer to this, but Ambassador Pyatt brought this up earlier that there is no future for Russian energy in Europe right now. I would just love to hear your view on this going forward, because in past, as we've discussed time and again, the Russians have gotten back into the energy stream and flow in Europe. Is this final, do you think? Is this the last straw?
Today I was quite surprised by some comments about forgiveness of Russia or Russian gas back to the market to stabilize the prices and all other ideas or talks about that. How this country can be forgiven for what they've done in Ukraine and what they're doing every day. And by the way, what the recent reports came, they finally launched missiles, and we're just expecting it's a matter of hour, 2 hours, what pieces of infrastructure will be destroyed. As it was said, Europe learned their lessons. And this over-dependence on Russia as an energy provider cannot be repeated. And the solution for this is to...
That's making investors nervous. It's making policymakers nervous. Nobody's quite sure what to do and how to move forward. But our team coming up in this session, that's good. We're getting our first rows filled up. So please, please be with us. We're almost ready to go. How are we doing, guys? Pretty much set up. So let me invite our panel up here. We have with us the Senior Vice President for Global Energy, S&P Global Commodities Insight, Carlos Pascual, is with us here. Carlos, please join us. I'm going to put you sitting right here. Halima Croft joins us, the Managing Director and Head of... It's my seat. Sorry. Halima Croft, come on, guys. It's afternoon. Give her a big clap here. Managing Director, Global Commodity Strategy, RBC Capital. His Excellency Osama Mubarak from the European Mediterranean Gas Forum. He is the Secretary General. We're delighted to have him with us. And Paddy Padmanathan, the Vice Chairman and CEO, Aqua Power. Paddy, lovely to see you. So a great panel here, as I said, who have, they might not have all the answers, but they're certainly going to have plenty of information that is going to get you thinking, without a doubt. And Carlos, if I might start with you. We've been hearing a lot about the situation in Russia and, the consequences thereof in terms of what's happening with the state of the energy market. And really, we need to be looking at, without a doubt, I think the agreement is and the consensus, we have to decarbonize. There is no argument about that. But gas was meant to be very much part of the solution. How do you see the politics of the European energy transition playing out now, given the situation, when we look ahead to this year and possibly beyond?
I think one of the things that Dita Juul-Jurgensen really underscored is that there's absolute clarity that the crisis in Europe has accelerated the commitment to energy transition, and that this is fundamentally necessary to end dependence on Russian oil and gas. But at the same time, there's a reality that you have to survive. Your economy has to run, industry has to function, people have to have jobs. And to be able to do that, it's necessary to have access to the fundamental fuels that are critical for that to happen. And in that, what we've seen over and over again today in so many panels is the critical role of gas to be able to supply those economies. If we look today at what is the critical fuel at the crisis of Europe, it is natural gas. And I think that one of the lessons that we have to draw from this is that Europe is forced into this situation of making these adjustments in an incredibly short period of time because of the war. But the rest of the world is going to have to deal with these issues over a period of time. And I think that one of the issues is that, yes, you can have a commitment to fundamental change, but you have to understand how to manage it, how to sustain it, that gas is a critical fuel that's complementary to those goals, not necessarily one that is opposed to it.
Halima, continue on that theme. I mean, we're looking at what's happening in Russia. The Western disruption, without a doubt, caused by going on there in terms of energy supplies. So what can we expect? I mean, we've no end in sight. Somebody would wish that we could put a date, put an end to this. But in that realm of uncertainty, so to speak, where are we struggling right now?
I think that, compared to when we all assembled in March, there was such deep concern about what was coming in terms of supply disruptions and fears about what if Russia cut off gas supplies to Europe. I remember debates about could Europe, start imposing sanctions on Russian energy? Would it be too painful for Europe? And Russia sort of made that choice for Europe because Russia decided to cut off gas supplies to Europe. And so the question is now, is there anything, I would say from looking at the market standpoint, is the worst behind us? Or are there more disruptions to come? I mean, obviously there's been a lot of conversation about the fact that Europe has built supply, storage, in large part because they had Russian gas. They've also been helped because of a mild winter. So what does next winter look like with this war continuing? But I also think that we have to watch Russian action. I mean, the Russians have made a lot of recent threats in response to the price caps. They have said they will cut off any country that pays at the cap, that participates in the plan. And for now, there has not been yet any clear signs of Russia carrying through with those threats to disrupt particularly oil supplies because of the price cap. But I don't think we can be necessarily sure that we're not going to see further Russian action on energy. And I don't know if we're going to debate what happened with that Nord Stream pipeline, but I do think we have to be concerned about additional disruption in terms of infrastructure going forward.
Osama, when we look at the work that you're doing in the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, again, Europe is looking for alternative sources of gas. We've seen a crisis point that we're probably still within the midst of, but what can the EMGF actually do to perhaps help alleviate this?
Thank you, Esna. So as Carlos has been saying, I think gas is playing a significant role, especially in these turbulent times. And actually the main objective of the EMGF was to develop the stranded gas in the region to diversify supplies, and the potential market or the most close market is Europe. And I think we have seen in 2022 more gas coming from the East Med going to Europe. And the EMGF has facilitated the signing of a trilateral MOU between Egypt, Israel, and the EU that with the main objective, how can we accelerate gas supplies from the East Med to Europe? And I think this has been done through different options. Already gas has been flowing before 2022, but I think what happened since February 2022 accelerated several development of gas fields and also accelerated a lot of potential infrastructure projects. And I think this is what we are working on with the different stakeholders.
Now, Paddy, we've got some members on our panel here that clearly see gas as the way forward. But our topic is it's wider than this, and we're looking at all forms of energy. But when you look at the present energy architecture, I suppose, at the moment, and we need to focus on energy security, we need to decarbonize. Can we actually, given what's going on right now, can we do both?
I think we are seeing that we are able to do both. That's the starting point, right? So I think the numbers are done. What is seen in 2022 was that there was more renewable energy built than in any other year before. So right the way through the crisis, right the way through all this tragedy, we're getting on with what we need to do. And I think right in all the countries that we operate in, the only conversation everybody wants to have is how much more renewable energy can you implement, how fast can you do that? So I think it's recognized that energy security comes complete together with renewable energy. It is renewable energy that in the medium to long term that is going to provide the energy security, and thank goodness technology continues to provide the pathway. Even storage solutions are getting better and better and better. We are learning how to interconnect grids and making the grids more resilient and reduce the need for storage through grid storage. So I think there's a lot of pointers that are showing the way forward. And the last on that one I'll point out to you is that we continue to underestimate human resilience and human capacity. Look at Ukrainians. I mean, they're showing us the way. And look at what Europe is doing right now. And exactly like what happened post the energy crisis way back. The numbers are being done today. In Germany, they have managed to cut energy consumption by 20%. And what is the impact of that? 1% reduction in GDP, but 20% reduction in the last 6 months of energy consumption. So they're learning very quickly and how to reduce how to become more efficient, how to reduce consumption. And that reduction is not going to go back. So I think we are learning to, and that also is going to feed into the growth of renewables. We're going to be able to push more renewables in faster in order to supply that continuing to reduce.
But people need focus and direction, and I think that was pretty much delivered to them in Germany, saying you will do this, and it's once that policy almost is put in place, then people will follow. When they don't know what to do, then they don't do anything. So.
Agree with you, but I think now everybody does know what to do, right? What they have to do. There are no choices anymore. We have to accelerate.
A lot of areas around the world impacting what's going on, but Halima, stay with us for a moment on Russia, and I want to talk to you about China and other areas later. Looking at the possibilities of what situation might happen, and I suppose the determination by Russia to sort of keep this situation here. But do you see in your studies any possibility of a negotiated settlement, for Ukraine? It doesn't look like that's ever going to happen, is it? And what will the energy impact be either way?
No, I think this is clearly right now, again, I always think about when we were together in March. People were talking about the need for this war to come to an end soon, and I think everyone is preparing now for a multi-year war. And what does that mean? We had speakers this morning saying that Europeans are going to have to Russia will have to return to Europe in some form in terms of a supplier. And the question is, if the current regime stays in place in Russia, is there any prospect of the return of Russian gas to Europe if Vladimir Putin is still in charge of Russia? So I think that's a clear question. And again, I think about next winter. I think there is now almost a complacency setting into the market when people are saying, the worst is over. Russia has already cut gas to Europe. What more can they do? But what are the implications of Europe going without Russian gas next winter? If we have colder weather, speakers have talked about the fact that if you had flipped the weather dynamics of the United States and Europe, the kind of situation Europe would be in. And even on the oil side, I think it's a really important question to think about the oil markets over the next few years, because we are back to a situation where with the China reopening, we are looking at a potential shortage of supply, and the questions about if we get into, almost was asked this morning when Hadley asked if we get back to 100 plus, how is the Biden administration going to, what tools are in the toolkit? And they talk about the SPR, but I don't think anyone's really anticipating another 180 million barrel a day release. So you're back to the sort of traditional energy diplomacy. I wish we had an OPEC representative with us, because that is the call that's going to probably be made again to Riyadh and the United Arab Emirates.
In fact, just when we look at the situation in Europe right now and the fact that the longer this goes on, there's an opportunity to actually really push. And you've talked about the progress that's already been made in renewables in Europe. So maybe by the time that gas might come back in the market, maybe they don't need it from Russia ever again because they've moved forward. Do you foresee something like that actually happening?
I do. I really do. I think we continue to underestimate how quickly you're going to deliver the alternatives and how quickly you're going to become more efficient, and it's happening around us. So it's not hope, it's real reality that is happening. And the other thing is, don't forget, take the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia within the next 6 to 7 years will shut down 40 gigawatts of oil-fired power plants in the country. So it frees up 1.5 million barrels per day of internal consumption. So all of a sudden, we've got 1.5 million additional barrels, if that is needed. So, and you're going to see that everywhere. And that's the oil kingdom doing it, okay? Oil capital. So I think you will start to see renewables coming in very fast as we go forward.
But I think it's really important to remember in the Repower EU plan or strategy, 25% of that gap proposed by the EU was going to be filled by renewable hydrogen, which is unlikely to be there by 2030. Another 30% was by LNG supplies coming into the country, a relatively small portion for renewable energy. My point is that gas in some way, whether it's renewable or not, is making up still 50% of that gas. Let's be realistic. I completely agree with Patty that there is a path on renewable energy. It has to be pursued. It's fundamental, but it is going to take time. And deploying it is going to take time. Even getting the permits. Land in Europe is scarce, right? And so this is going to take a bit of time. And in the meantime, how do you fill that? And the EU's plan is renewable hydrogen, which is going to be tough to get, and more LNG. So let's be clear about it.
Osama, what's being done, do you think, to speed up, energy security, energy transition, climate action? All of this has to be happening in parallel.
Yes, I think the starting point is that we need to think about energy security and energy transition as not enemies, but actually that we need to believe that they can go together. Yes, renewables has been developing very fast, and it is going to play a significant role, but I also agree with what Carlos said. This will need time. We need to be realistic. We need to put some plans. We heard this morning a lot of talk about this. We need to put plans that are implementable. This means that we will still need some oil and gas, maybe gas being the least carbon fossil fuel. But what we need to do, how can we produce this gas in a more responsible way? How can we decarbonize this gas along the whole value chain, whether producing gas, transporting it, liquefying it, and regasifying it? And I think this is what we are trying to do at the EMJF. We're trying to strike the right balance between energy security and energy decarbonization, or energy transition. We have been, through 2022, we have been developing a decarbonization initiative for the East Mediterranean gas. And we have been doing this in collaboration between the governments, the private sector, and also the other technology providers. And we have launched this initiative during COP27 back in Sharm el-Sheikh. And I think what we're working on now is how can we accelerate this so that we can, in COP28, we can reward the progress. And I believe there are a lot of quick wins. These are not just long-term plans, because talking about energy efficiency, talking about methane, fugitive emission abatement, so there are a lot of things that we can do that does not need a lot of investment, and their impact is quite significant.
Can I talk about China, if I can, Carlos? And we heard General Jones really put out cautionary tales, and maybe you'll come in on this, Halima, as well. But the US-China relations, how do you expect that to play out when it comes to the global energy and indeed the climate agenda in years to come?
Well, the tension between the United States and China is probably the single greatest global security threat that we face today. Wow. And it's going to become more tense as time goes on, and there are going to be elections in 2024. There are Taiwan elections in 2024. So we can imagine that this environment is actually going to get even harder as we go. But there's another aspect to this which is also important to remember, that's part of that tension. And part of the competition between the United States and China is who can provide global leadership in the economy in the world that's headed to net zero. And China was the first country to actually recognize this. They've been investing more in renewable energy than any country in the world. 2 or 3 times the United States, 2 or 3 times the amount in China. They're not doing it because of concern about climate change. Yes, pollution is an issue. They're doing it because of security issues. They're concerned about the Strait of Hormuz. They're concerned about the security of their supply. On the other side, you have the United States, and one of the issues with the Biden administration coming in and talking about China, what was its strategy? It was, we need, as the United States, to be able to invest in the capacity to produce renewable energies to compete in a world where leadership is going to be defined by who can most effectively supply global leadership in that context. Interesting point here. For both the United States and China, the issues of investing in renewable energy and energy transition is not just a climate issue. It's a national security issue, and we need to pay attention to that. Because yes, there are going to be ups and downs and volatilities about the course of policies on climate change, but that energy security aspect, or the global security and the economic security aspects of it, that's not going to change. And that's going to be a consistent force that's going to keep pulling the movement and the investment toward renewables over a period of time for political and security purposes.
Halima.
No, I would just add on to that, there had been so much discussion about the sort of diminishing footprint of the United States in this region, about the fact that China was becoming ascendant, discussion about Russia having increasing, position in this region as the US was seen as shifting its focus. And I actually think that this cooperation on climate, we talked about the PACE Initiative, Net Zero Producers Forum, we think about John Kerry sitting next to Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, the close relationship that has been forged on climate. I think that has actually brought the United States sort of back. The idea that we're exiting, I think, is actually being in decline because of this partnership on energy. It's been one of the sort of solid diplomatic partnerships between the United States and the region.
Patty, let me bring you in on this, because China's, I see the national security issue, but the rest of the world maybe used to think they should depend on them for the raw material, or not the raw material, but for actually some of the areas, the products necessary, but that's not necessarily many other people are producing right now.
Yeah, correct. So, first of all, the competitive tension, please don't get this wrong, is good news for climate. Why? Because it is accelerating investment in both places. And let's not forget, I think we think, so there is a pie, and we think, oh, gee, we now need to somehow take a bigger piece of this pie. No, the pie needs to be increased by 10 times if we're going to achieve the climate agenda. So guess what? Neither of them are going to grow it as fast as we need it to grow. So we do desperately need China to invest a hell of a lot more in capacity. And we desperately need the United States to be investing a hell of a lot more. And we need Europe, we need everybody to be investing a lot more. So there is a hell of a lot of space. So I don't really see why we get so excited about fighting for this competitive tension. The issue is around the controlling of components or controlling of metals, access to the raw materials. Okay? Yes, so China has taken the leadership. So does it mean that they have got all the lithium mines in the world? No. All it means is that they were foresighted enough to take on the easy ones, and they have got their hands on it. Rapidly, the world is exploring for more lithium mines, and there will be more investments. I think all we have done is opened our minds. Now we need to just follow through. So it's time for us to act, not continue to get so excited about that fight.
Halima, I don't think you agree on that one. But
oh, no, sorry, I wasn't even trying to come in on that.
But also, I mean, when we look at the Chinese situation, will they be able to have enough energy for themselves, or will they still need to import when we're in a cleaner, greener world? What do you think, Carlos?
Well, look, the transition is going to take a long time. Yes. China is the biggest importer of hydrocarbons in the entire world. For them to get out of that quickly is going to take time. When they've had shortages, they've imported coal. So I don't think we should have any kind of illusion that China is going to quickly get out of the importation of hydrocarbons.
No, I mean, that's obviously, again, when we think about the policy challenges that Biden administration is going to face. I mean, they've made it very clear that they are committed to ensuring low-cost energy for U.S. consumers as well, in terms of look at the focus on trying to keep retail gasoline prices low. And so I do think that this issue about China and Chinese demand is going to be, I mean, if it coming back this year and we see a return to higher energy costs at home, I mean, that is also going to be sort of an energy security in terms of economy challenge for this administration.
Please, if there are any questions, let's get them in before the last few minutes when everybody tends to get excited. So please let me know if there are any questions that you'd like to direct to any members of our panel. We still have about 20 minutes left. One of the things I want to talk about, Osama, and maybe several of you will all come in on this, is the idea that everybody is talking about a just transition, the possibility, or at the minute, the lack of possibility of a just transition, that we really need to be looking at that. When you look at the countries involved in the East Med Gas Forum, certainly you'll be in a position to help regionally as well. How important is it? I mean, is it up there top of your agenda, or is it on the agenda?
Definitely it is. As I was saying, that we need to reconcile energy transition and energy security. And I think we need to think about energy transition as not just one energy transition, it's energy transitions. Depending on where you are, where we're talking about, not just regionally, but the level of development, the level of the energy mix that is there. So we need to cater to a lot of elements when we're talking about energy transition. We cannot talk, for instance, if we're talking about Africa, that an energy transition for Africa does not really fit other countries. Or if you're talking about Europe, this would not fit Africa. And I think that this has been very obvious in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And I think one of the good things about this is that it has been an inclusive COP, and also it has been focusing on implementation. Because a lot of pledges, a lot of promises has been made along the past 26 COPs. And I think now it's time that we really implement and take actions to our promises. And again, one of the good things is during COP27 is that for the first time, we have a decarbonization day. We have the oil and gas and the hard-to-abate industries on the table. That's why it is an inclusive COP. And they are being not just part of the problem, but they're being addressed as part of the solution. And I'm sure that this will continue during COP28 here in the United Arab Emirates. So I think it's time that we take real actions.
Patty, what do you say to some of the governments, I suppose, in Africa? And we've heard it from many of the ministers there when we look at the concept of a just transition. And they're basically saying, you know, the rules should be different for us because we're not the big polluters and we didn't cause, you know, the big problems. So therefore, give us more time. Let us continue to invest in our hydrocarbons and our gas and oil because that's what we have and that's all that will lead our economies. How do you go and talk to these governments and convince them to think otherwise?
So one of the things that I think, look, there's no reason to blame anyone on this because the costs have moved so fast. Just in the last few years, renewable energy costs have come down so phenomenally low. Even today, with the inflationary environment, with the rising interest rates, renewable energy, we are able to deliver renewable energy for 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Okay, we were able to almost do it at 2 cents 1 year ago, 18 months ago, but now it's 3 cents, big deal. Fossil fuel-based energy is 8 cents, 10 cents, 14 cents in some of these countries. So I think one of the things that I think is not being understood, we talk about transition, by the way. For much of Africa, there is nothing to transition. They don't have energy. So what are you transitioning? We just focus on transition just because of South Africa, a whole bunch of coal miners. Sorry. So here, all that we need to do is to make sure that we are able to show and deliver energy fast, widen access, allow them, the economies to grow. That's the first part. The second part is, I think and the other issue is we turn around and say, okay, you know, what can governments do? What can you do? No, what we as private sector also need to understand, and what certainly the multilateral should be leading it, but okay, they've lost it. So I think it's up to the private sector to lead it, is to relook at the risk around this energy. When we were delivering energy to difficult places at $300 per megawatt hour, $400 per megawatt hour, of course the risk was very high. They couldn't do anything with that sort of very high-priced energy other than just use it for basic survival. With where technology is, we are able to deliver this energy at $50, $60. At that price, the risk is very different because they can take that energy at that low price and they can use it for economic value creation, grow and multiply. So I think we are yet to embrace and understand that all those sort of betas and gammas that we throw into risk-weighted evaluations, nonsense. We need to completely rethink this. We need to reevaluate the real risk around these investments. They don't need to attract 500 and 600 basis points premiums. So that's one of the challenges I think that we need to embrace as we go forward. So, but that's what we should be doing.
But they might argue too that they have oil and gas that they can export. So therefore, in terms of their economic growth.
How much of investment do you need for the oil and gas? And how long does it take? For you to invest in an oil and gas field and bring it online, it's 5 to 10 years. Look at what's going on in Mozambique. 15 years, 20 years, nothing happens. Renewable energy can be deployed very fast. And please, people need to follow through the detail. The renewable energy investment is, the cost is low compared to that CapEx investment that goes into, and you're putting all this CapEx investment in a rapidly changing technological environment where you're betting that you're going to get this CapEx investment. When you invest in an oil and gas field, you're expecting the return over 15 to 25 years, minimum. Well, you know, in today's world, the energy solutions are changing so fast. You really want to take that bet?
Halima, if you can come in on this, and also maybe relate this to OPEC production, because many of the OPEC members are from, you know, the African countries as well. While you're talking about that, can we please get a microphone here to this gentleman, and when Halima finishes, I'm going to come to you, sir. So let Halima take this question second on here. Lovely, thank you so much. Just hold it a moment. Halima, please address this.
No, I mean, I certainly think this is one of the big debates, but a number of, you know, African nations, when they come to these forums, I mean, they certainly, for all the, yes, they want to develop renewables, but, you know, they also do want to be able to develop their, you know, hydrocarbon assets. I mean, they do say they would like to have the ability to bring, you know, their gas and their oil out of the ground. I mean, this is something where it is a big debate, where African nations say they should have the right to develop these hydrocarbons. They should have the right to get the revenue from them. And that is the challenge in these conversations that you have with these leaders. I mean, you can say this is your way forward, but they also say that we should have the ability to develop this, a really important source of revenue, and have the sort of cheapest and most reliable supply to lift millions of people out of poverty. And I think the other issue, though, on Africa that we have to focus on when we think about the development of renewables, you know, is security of supply as well. We talk about the DRC. We talk about the need to, you know, develop and obtain cobalt from these countries and other critical minerals. Many of the questions that we had around oil and gas development, I think we're going to see in terms of license to operate around critical minerals as well. Like, what is the framework that's going to be put in place in terms of labor standards, in terms of environmental standards? And so I think that is going to be, you know, we talk about critical minerals. I mean, there are, what are the potential risks that we could see disruptions in supply because of governance challenges in these countries?
Can I take the question from the gentleman? But I do want you to comment on this, Carlos, please. Sir, let us know who you are, please. And
yeah, I'm Amadou Hott, Special Envoy of the President of the African Development Bank.
Good.
For the Alliance for Green Infrastructure. 4 months ago, I left the government of Senegal. I was the Minister of Economy for 3.5 years. Just to agree with Paddy on one point, technology for renewable has come down drastically. You can get 3 cents, but that 3 cents is good, but you need to add storage so you can compare to the 8 cents of gas. But still, it's very cheap. So I agree. African countries, we need to exploit our gas if we can find a buyer. So long as you can export your gas, get the money, reinvest in your economy, it makes sense. But for the use at home, if I can get cheaper renewable energy, it makes more sense for me to use renewable energy because the impact is better for everybody. But if I have it on the ground, I want to export it, get the money. However, renewable energy alone is not enough for our electricity, for our energy needs. Because to industrialize, you need more than renewable energy. One can say that you can convert into green hydrogen and use that to industrialize, but you're not there yet. It's still expensive. I know there are people who are very optimistic about it, but it may take some time. But for us, in any case, we have to take responsibility and know that it's not because that others have polluted that we too, we have to pollute. If we can have an alternative technology, let's get it. But if it is expensive, those who have polluted have to put the cheap money, who benefited from it and created wealth, massive wealth, need to really respect their engagement. They said they will put $100 billion a year, but we are far from there. So I'm happy to not pollute anymore, but give me the money to use cheap technology, to make the technology cheaper, to make my tariff cheaper. It's not fair that I pay a higher cost of energy, okay, and I have not polluted in the past. Give me the cheap money so I can make it cheaper. So concessional financing. But lastly, reforms of...
Do you have a question for any of my panel?
That was a comment.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Patty, do you want to come back quickly on that? I'm coming to Carlos immediately
Look,
afterwards.
I entirely agree with what Amadou just now said. No question whatsoever. The only thing that I would say to everyone is that, look, I am willing to take this entire audience to the most expensive dinner that they want in 5 years' time. Because I can assure you that the rate at which the cost of green hydrogen is coming down, producing green hydrogen is coming down, is the cost of investing in new gas fields and oil fields in Africa versus the cost at which renewable energy and green hydrogen is going to come down are going to be uncomparable. So renewable energy and green hydrogen is going to win, and it's going to win way faster. 10 years ago, when I said we would end up with 1 cent per kilowatt hour for solar energy, 10 years ago.
Nobody believed you then, did they?
No, they said I was a stupid fool. Yes, absolutely stupid fool. No, never. What happened today?
Look at it now, yeah.
We ended up with okay, we didn't get to 1.04 cents. I have a contract in Saudi Arabia that we're delivering 1.04 cents per kilowatt hour. Okay, inflation and interest rates have started to creep up a little bit, so that 1.04 cents, shocking, is going to be 1.5 cents today. The comparative alternatives, even with storage, is nothing compared to these kind of numbers.
Carlos, how do we, I mean, that north-south divide, which clearly is with us at the moment, how do we stop that getting worse?
Look, I think, first of all, we've got to think about the numbers. There are 3.5 billion people in the world that don't have access to reliable power. Population is going to grow by another 2 billion people. Somehow we need to be able to fill that gap. Renewable energy is certainly going to be absolutely critical to it. But then the question becomes, how does it get financed and over what period of time? And one of the things that you've rightly outlined is that there's a need for multiple sources of energy, because in the end it becomes a question of whether the African continent and other parts of the world that don't have access to energy are so excluded from global economic growth that the divide that we have today between North and South is continuing to be able to grow. One of the things that we've been talking about is revamping the multilateral institutions and a number of other things. But a fundamental point here, and let's just bring us back to a very basic issue. What's the cost of capital to borrow in a developing country? Especially when you're building renewable energy, that you have to have all the capital costs up front. And I don't know what your experience has been, but in African countries, what I've seen is that you're looking at a cost of capital that could be 15 to 20%. When you compare that to the cost in let's say, in Europe and the United States before the pandemic, when you can issue a green bond, NL issued a green bond in the United States before the pandemic at a 0 coupon. There's no way that that will happen in the developing world.
So that's what we need to focus on.
Yes.
We need to focus on those issues, but the point is that as we think about this restructuring, we need to have something which is fundamentally looking at not just the multilateral development banks, but how they engage with private capital, how you lower the cost of that private capital, how you address questions of risk, and in the meantime, what do you say to African countries? By the way, you have gas. You can sell it to France, but you shouldn't use it. All right? I mean, I'm just trying to, I know, Patty, I'm being extreme.
Sorry, Carlos.
But I'm just trying to put some parameters about how we think about it.
Yeah, but Carlos, let's not forget the fact that you sort of said that very fast. Huh? So for that oil and gas development, guess what at price the capital is going to come in at? You really think that capital is going to come in at a cheaper price? It's still going to be the same very high capex, huh? And very high capital, that interest cost.
What I would just say is that part of the argument is whether you can have international partners that are coming in, financing the cost of that capital, using their balance sheet when you have Total and BP and whomever else it is. That's going to be a different cost of capital than if the country is financing that off their balance sheet. So I'm not arguing against renewable energy, but I'm saying that in this transitional process, let's be realistic about what's needed, how to bring the resources in, and be able to address the interim needs that are there.
And also, let me just bring it back to, we're talking about energy inflection point, reliable supply in a moment of crisis. And I think we're looking at the energy transition, but we're also looking at what's going on at the moment. We haven't talked a whole lot about our friends at OPEC. And, let me bring this back to you, Halima. They've always, and they want to be seen as that reliable supplier, be it at a time of crisis or not. They've taken, 2 million barrels off the market to help stabilize, as they said they would do. And we look at, how that is playing out. The prices are not as high as they were if they've come down. But where can they have the impact at the moment, and what do they need to be doing during the transition?
No, we thought about in March when we met last time. There were real concerns that you would see significant Russian supply disruptions, and the sanctions to date have largely, because of price caps, kept Russian oil on the market. And the question is, as we go forward, you talk about OPEC, Atna's looking out for questions. When we think about OPEC going forward, if we do have a significant run-up in oil prices, OPEC will once again be called upon to put more barrels on the market, and that is going to be a significant diplomatic ask. If we have a China reopening, if we have, even if we don't have the price caps causing major Russian supply disruptions, Russian production is going to come down. If you have this reopening, you're going to have higher prices. And we are not likely to have another significant SPR release. So OPEC, at least on the oil side, remains the only game in town. And within OPEC, it's only Saudi Arabia and UAE that are the two countries that probably have any significant spare capacity to cool this off. And so I don't think we're out of the woods in any way. I think that prices have been muted because of the SPR release, because of recession concerns, but if we do have a China reopening and we do have a priority of the United States in terms of policy to continue to try to provide low-cost retail gasoline to US consumers, the only thing you can probably do is continue to make the ask of OPEC, and whether they pick up the phone will be hugely important in terms of the trajectory of prices.
Stay quickly with this on the geopolitical side, and I'll take a question from Fuad in just a moment. Production from another OPEC member, from Iran, and the situation at Israel at the moment.
Again, I think that is the underrated risk story that we should be paying attention to right now. We're so focused on, which you should be, on the Russia-Ukraine war. We have Iran continuing to make significant progress on their nuclear program. You continue to have a crackdown on dissidents in that country. You have a very hawkish government in Israel that has promised to put Iran at the top of the agenda. And I think that this could be a potential crisis point that we could be seeing. If Iran does not come back into negotiations, if they break down, which they seem to have broken down, and they're pushing ahead with their program, at some point, people say you're either going to live with Iran being a nuclear power, or you potentially have countries talking about taking action to stop that. So I think this could be the crisis that we're not focused on.
And one to keep in mind. Question for it, we've got 4 minutes left, so I'm going to also add a little caveat on your question. I hope it's one that will be the sort of closing question that they can all have some big words of warning or wisdom with us.
Actually, my name is Hussein Fuad El-Ghazawi, Senior Energy and Industry Consultant with Links. Just a comment and question to Sam and expand it to everybody. I actually agree with all the comments. You can accelerate oil and gas. I'm coming from oil and gas background.
Hold it directly, like a rock star.
28 months, Zohr field, from finding gas to production, and we had no facility. So you can do it in short time when wells and needed. Mr. Osama, East Mediterranean Gas Forum, I think it's a good example between production countries, consumed country, transition country. How can we transfer that to energy in general, especially in Africa. We have solar, we have wind with the renewables, and having even probably more countries involved in that. So East Mediterranean Energy Forum, I mean, if you can share with us. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to quickly ask something and then they're going to give their answers on this? We have 3 minutes left, so make your question the 22 seconds
my
element,
name is
please.
Mustafa from the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum in Sudan. I want to recall back the discussion between Mr. Carlo and Mr. Badi regarding renewables. In Sudan, for example, we have a lack of access for funding for renewable energy projects. Like when you said it is only 1 cent in Saudi Arabia, so they have the access for such like investment facility. But here we are struggling still to develop our own oil and gas resources due to politics, for example, being under sanction for a very long time. So in this case, what would be the solution for countries like Sudan? Have huge hydrocarbons, and also they have plenty of renewables. Like as you may know, that Sudan have vast lands and sun all of the year. But also this very struggling point for us.
Okay.
To plan.
Now we've literally got just not even a minute each for them because it's just the way it is. That's why I try and bring you in at questions like half an hour ago. So you have to get in on the questions early because we really want to hear from you. So Paddy, maybe address a few things here, and I suppose a quick call to action for what needs to be done in less than a minute because we're struggling for time.
Look, I think I'm also not sitting there saying renewables tomorrow is the answer for everything. I think we need to continue to focus at developing renewables as fast as possible. Even for Sudan, please think, what is going to be more easily implementable? Cost of capital is the same. Putting rooftops, batteries, not just for one light bulb, but for a reasonable quality of life. Technology has moved on. I think the big issue, I encourage everybody to learn, to go and acquire knowledge about what has happened in the last 18 months, how much further the world has got, the technology has improved, the costs have come down. What is easier than going and deploying that or putting a huge amount of investment in 36 months developing well fields, another 28, sorry, my apologies, and then in another, I don't know how many months, building a power plant, running cables over thousands of kilometers. Come on, I'm sorry. I think you really do need to get an understanding of where we are today in the world with technology, the solutions that are available, the diversity of solutions. And that is what we need to focus on. And by the way, and it's not one size that fits for all. Yes. I think they're all different solutions for different countries at different stages of development.
Osama, I know you have a big decarbonization report coming out. We haven't had time to talk about that, but hopefully people can access that. But a quick few closing words because we've got to run it now.
So I just want to pick up on this, that we have diversified solution. And I think the challenge is huge for any one entity or for any one solution. That's why I think renewables is important, but still, renewables alone will not satisfy the energy needs of the world. The world needs to grow, so it needs more energy. That's why we need to produce all sources of energy in a responsible and more sustainable way. Renewables and other sources.
Halima, a closing word of action from you.
I mean, just not to be complacent on the supply risks that are being posed by this war.
Carlos, the absolute closing word, sorry.
Transformation is disruptive. We have to recognize that. We have to build safety nets. Those safety nets may be rooftop solar. In some places, they may be gas. Think about the entire world. Think about what it's going to be necessary to do with those people that don't have access to energy, because that is going to be critical to our stability and success in the future.
And indeed, the challenges will probably continue for the year to come and the foreseeable future. But again, there's so much that is going on. I think that's the optimistic side of it, and dealing with those challenges, and which we will. I think we see time and time again, this is a resilient business, and the people in it do come up with the solutions. We have to leave it there. I really want to thank you, Paddy, Osama. Thank you so much, Halima, and Carlos. Again, thank you so much. And thank you all. Sorry we didn't have more time. We do take a break right now, and when we come back in just 15 minutes, where are we? So just after half of the hour, we go into the simultaneous sessions. You can look at climate diplomacy, you can look at gas in Europe, or you can look at Energy Market Madness. They'll all be happening here, so make sure you come and pick whatever one you get, and be back in about 15 minutes. Please enjoy some coffee outside, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. They will be here. They're going to section off this room. So we've got Energy Market Madness, gas in Europe, and climate diplomacy. So take your pick, or jump among the three of them, maybe.
Oh, good, they made it smaller. I'm going to have you please sit here. Toby, if you could go next. Alex, the third seat, and Hiroshi-san, the last seat. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the last session of the day, which is the most exciting session of the day. We are here today to talk about Global Gas 2023, Europe, Asia, and supply security. My name is Samantha Carl-Yoder, and I will be your moderator today. And I would like to introduce our wonderful panel, Ambassador Dick Morningstar, who's the founding chairman of the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. Toby Rice, who is president and CEO of EQT, one of the largest US natural gas producers. Alex Booth, head of research at Kepler. And Hiroshi Hasegawa, who's executive director of Japan's External Trade Office here in Dubai and a special advisor to METI. So everyone, welcome. We're going to jump right in. So if we're looking at 2023, we see so far at the winter, the 2022-2023 European winter has been relatively mild, which is key as Europe is seeking to reduce its reliance on Russian gas supplies. And in Asia, we have had the recent opening of China as the reduction of their COVID restrictions has been taking place, and there's a presumed economic boom that's going to be happening over the course of this year. On top of this, you have an energy market, particularly a natural gas market, that is relatively tight. You have tight LNG supply and no new FIDs expected until 2025, 2026. On top of that, further, you have the loss of 70 BCM of Russian piped gas to Europe, which of course creates further constraints on the markets. So we have a really interesting scenario going into 2023 on the natural gas side. But Ambassador Morningstar, if I can start with you. Given the tight market supply, how do you think the market is going to prioritize the European markets versus the Asian natural gas needs?
Well, you know, it's question, what do you mean by prioritize? Because, you know, I think the market is going to determine where the gas goes.
Okay.
And that if demand during 2023 increases significantly in Asia, which I think is a real question mark as to whether it will or not, but if it does, then that's going to have an effect on price, and Europe is going to have to compete on price with what might be higher Asian prices. This year, it's worked out pretty well from a European standpoint. We'll see if it does next year. I do have some question how much the demand will increase in Asia during the next 12 months. And you know, China will slowly come out of its pandemic lockdowns and so forth, and the economy should grow by the end of the year. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the market, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Hiroshi-san, your views from Asia. Who do you think is going to be sort of the key market driver? Is it going to be European energy demand and the fact that there's no Russian gas supply to sort of counterback that? Or is it going to be the economic boom that we're projecting to see in Asia and China roaring back into the world?
Yeah, everything. And it is very difficult to foresee the market, but if I may introduce the number, in the Asian demand for LNG, 2022 decreased by 38 million tons compared to 2021. And on the other hand, in Europe, there is an increase of demand for LNG, 38 million tons, so almost offset by to each other. So the next year, if the China relaxes the COVID-19 policies, or there is a bad climate, bad weather in the Europe, there will be some distortion or disturbance about all. And my point is that it's not like this year or next year. It's very important to have a long-term supply security about LNG.
Important. Alex, what I'm hearing from both of your colleagues up here on the stage is that at the end of the day, price is going to determine where these volumes go. Given where we're at, given where demand may or may not be with Asia and China, what do you think LNG prices are going to look like over the coming year?
I think one of the key things for the market is that we should expect lower volatility, and that's ultimately what so many different players, whether ultimately traders in the longer run, suppliers and consumers require in the market, is lower volatility and a bit more stability there. I think there is still a lot of uncertainties. Yes, Europe for sure has been thrown multiple lifelines, whether it's, as you mentioned, demand from the lower weather, warmer weather in Europe or in reduced demand in China. We should be able to come out of this winter with higher inventories. So we'll be in a better position than we went into the winter anyway. That will reduce that volatility. The problem is that we can't rely on that going forward. So we need to maintain those inventories into next winter at an earlier stage so that we keep that security of supply next winter.
I mean, one could argue that the reason why Europe has such a significant amount of storage supply is because they were able to buy Russian volumes before they went off the market. You don't have that going forward. So how are you able to reduce that volatility then if you don't have that supplier, that 70 BCM of piped gas that was available for the European market?
So to Ambassador Morningstar's comments earlier, we are relatively pessimistic around the rebound in Chinese demand. Okay. So that kind of demand reduction we think will continue longer into the year. Yes, as we move out of Q2 and into the second half of the year, we should see a bit more of a rebound there. So we'll have a bit more breathing space to be picking up those volumes. We've also, through the work that's been done through the last 6 months, the import capacity has been picking up and it is continuing to grow as well. So the ability to absorb any excess tons is there. And I think Europe is just going to have to take advantage of that. There's also other sources of supply of energy. We're talking a lot about gas and LNG. The French nuclear capacity or available capacity has been very diminished through this year. That's coming back online. That's going to be a big impact year on year. And we also can't forget coal. We're seeing kind of expansion of coal mines in Europe as we speak. So that is very much there. And we're also seeing a strong rebound in China as well in terms of the coal production side of things.
It's very interesting as we talk a lot about decarbonization and the fact that we need to move towards cleaner fuels, energy transition, that you bring up coal. I think we'll get to that in a bit. But Toby, I want to actually just ask you a question on where you see prices and how that affects the U.S. market, how it affects, and frankly, how does it affect the domestic market in the United States, which is certainly, there's always rumors, is the U.S. going to cut off exports of LNG because domestic prices are too high? What do you think is the outlook for that?
Yeah, I'll save the comments on the international pricing because I think these guys did a good job covering that. But as it relates to the United States, when you look historically, as the United States started LNG exports in 2016 through today being the world's largest LNG exporter, there's no correlation between LNG exports and price. The bigger driver that we see in the United States is our ability to get the critical infrastructure we need to the markets. And this is why, unfortunately, we've got some markets in the United States that have a higher correlation to European gas prices than in the area that we produce in Appalachia, which is a couple hundred miles away. I'm talking about the Boston markets and up and down the East Coast. It's kind of shocking and alarming. So for us, when we think about what can we do to lower prices for Americans and set the table for a low-cost base of LNG to serve the markets around the world, it's very simple. We need to get more pipeline capacity in the mix. I'd say, stepping forward to 23, let's look at what we learned in 22 because we talked about decarbonizing. What was the big lesson we learned in 2022? Number one, energy security matters just as much as our environmental ambitions. And the second lesson learned is you cannot meet your energy transition ambitions unless you have a foundation of energy security. Because we're talking about bringing back coal in Europe, and coal use around the world is skyrocketing. And in the last 12 months, emissions from coal have essentially risen to a level that has wiped out all the emission reductions, all the emissions benefits that we've gained by installing renewables over the last 15 years in the United States. Think about that. 12 months of not addressing foreign coal has wiped out 15 years of renewables in the United States. We've got to fix this, and we hope going forward the United States will start asking a bigger question. What can countries do to lower emissions outside of our borders? What can countries do to provide energy security outside of our borders? And U.S. Increasing our LNG capacity is going to be the answer for us to do it.
So the U.S. LNG capacity is certainly something that has been talked about being the world's largest exporter. President Biden earlier or last year made a very strong commitment to the Europeans that he would be ensuring that U.S. LNG would go to Europe to help meet the European energy demands. Given where things are going, given that the United States is not a country that really has the ability to tell companies what to do, how does he fulfill that goal? I don't know, Ambassador Morningstar or Toby, if you want to take a shot at that one. But how does he tell U.S. companies you must make sure that Europe's energy demands are met, while at the same time there are long-term contracts to Asian partners?
Yeah, with great difficulty. I'm not, frankly, I'm not sure how he does it. There is a bully pulpit. All things being equal, he can say, gee, you know, better to ship to Europe. And I think there probably, among many, is a desire to ship to Europe given the Ukraine situation. But I don't think companies are going to take significant discounts in order to do it. I think what you just were saying about increasing the need to increase capacity is absolutely critical, but that's not going to help in 2023.
That's right.
It'll help 2025, 2026, 2027. So, you know, it's going to be, there are going to be a whole lot of factors. And going back to your original question with respect to China and Asia, demand in Asia will not be the only factor. It's one significant factor, but you know what Europe does to reduce its demand, luck aspects like weather. All of these things and maybe other things will play a role in what price will end up being in Europe because of what the demand would end up being in Europe. So you know it's a complex set of variables that will determine this.
And I think weather, to a degree, obviously it affects demand, but I think to a degree it also affects supply. One hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, and what does that mean for the ability of U.S. LNG to actually get out of market?
Right.
So we're talking about price, we're talking about Europe, and you know, obviously we've seen with Russia sanctions, there's been price caps on Russian oil. The Europeans have not gone down that path at this point yet of price caps on Russian gas. Obviously they cut off Russian gas, piped gas. But they did just last month, right before the holiday, decide to place a price cap on natural gas imports sort of across the board. And Alex, I'd like your thoughts. How effective is this price cap really going to be at the end of the day? And then does it make it potentially, if prices go higher, does that mean that U.S. companies or frankly any exporter then decides to go to the Asian market?
Yeah, we were discussing earlier how there's the potential for the correction, and it can assist in the short term. But on a long-term basis, the impact that it has, as you say, from incentivizing imports can be detrimental. The complex nature of what we're looking at in terms of the mechanism for that, for those price caps on TTF, and the mitigating factors of when they do and when they don't kick in, make it it's an incredibly difficult mechanism to bring together. I think there are also some mitigating factors around a lot of the disconnection or the strength in TTF has been around import capacity. Now, that's something that we have been working on. So you've got this disconnect between the LNG price in Northwest Europe versus the TTF. Now, as we enable more LNG to onshore, then we should hopefully be seeing less of a need to have the cap kick in. But yeah, in the longer term, it's not going to be great for the market. And we can move it. You can move the exchange.
Sure. So throughout the day today, I think folks in the audience have also heard there have been varying views about the role of Russian gas in the future of Europeans' energy mix. So I'd love thoughts, those who want to, but I'm going to point to Ambassador Morningstar here. What do you think the role of Russia's energy, of natural gas, will be in Europe in a post-war scenario? Is Russia going to be raring back to go into the market, and were the Europeans going to accept them with open arms?
Well, I hope not much. and you know, it's a hypothetical question, and we don't know what the circumstances of a post-war situation would be. I think one thing is for certain. I cannot believe that Europe will ever let itself again be dependent on Russian gas. Now, does that mean that there would be not a molecule of gas going to Europe? That depends a lot on what a post-war, you know, we talk about post-war, whenever that may be, what a post-war scenario would be. Is there a change in government in Russia? Is there a change in behavior in Russia? Again, any number of factors. So I would never say never that there would be, you know, no molecules if Russia competes fairly, decarbonizes gas, has change in behavior, a change in regime, or whatever. But the main point is never, ever to be dependent again.
Yeah, as it relates to Russian selling gas to Europe and whether they're going to be dependent or not, you know, Europe may not have a choice. And I mean, comes to a rock and a hard place, storage runs dry, you've got a cold winter. I mean, what do you do? Hopefully, you never have to be in that situation to make that call. But we need to recognize we need to do everything we can to prevent Europe from being in that situation. And fortunately, with the United States, Europe does have a choice. We have the ability in the United States to quadruple our LNG exports and to over 500 BCM. Combined with the 100 BCM we do now, that's over 600 BCM we can put on the world stage. That amount of energy will displace Russia volumes 2.5 times over. That's a choice that we can make.
That assumes that there's actual LNG receiving terminals in Europe to actually bring that gas.
Yeah, I think that the LNG receiving terminals are actually the short pole in the tent. The big cost is really getting the LNG facilities built and the pipeline infrastructure, and and of course the capital needed to drill the wells. That's why we need Europe and the United States to work together to sign up for these long-term contracts so that we make this a reality. And we talk about how impactful this is going to be from providing energy security not only to Europe but to the rest of the world. This amount of energy on the world stage is the energy equivalent of over 10 million barrels a day of clean energy. That's going to be a decarbonizing force. That is the equivalent of adding a Saudi Arabia worth of clean energy to the world stage. That is going to bring unprecedented energy security, not just to Europe, but to the whole world.
So there are 14 U.S. projects in the continental United States that are in various stages of FERC approvals. How many of those actually go forward?
Great question, and that's one of the amount of projects that have been FERC approved have been a lot higher than I think people think will actually get built.
You have pipeline capacity constraints to actually,
yeah, so
you can't build those all. You don't have enough pipelines to actually get the gas to those terminals.
Yeah, and when we think about, I'm going to use U.S. metrics for a second. When we think about the ability for the United States to increase production about 50 BCF a day, that would cover the amount of permanent and proposed LNG facilities right now. We have the gas. The question is, where is that gas coming from, and can it get to the areas where it needs to go? The Gulf Coast area, we think, has the ability to sort of double their current production capacity, but the majority of this gas supply that we have, this low-cost, clean, decarbonized gas supply, comes from Appalachia, over 70% of it. So we need to figure out how we can get our natural gas from Appalachia down to these LNG facilities. One simple idea would be, instead of building pipelines across the country, we just go right next door and build an LNG facility on the East Coast, and that will be the ultimate. I think pipeline infrastructure has been a challenging place now, but I think in the future it's going to be signing up for long-term demand, which could be the long pole in the tent. Good news is that's something that we can control.
That's perfect in terms of my next question. I'm going to throw it over to Alex, actually. So we keep hearing long-term contracts. Obviously, from a U.S. perspective, you need long-term contracts in order to really solidify that financing needed for construction. But Europe's view on long-term contracts is that they don't want them. So what does this mean? And then, turning over to Hiroshi-san, doesn't that provide an ample opportunity for Asian countries that are willing to sign long-term contracts? So is Europe going to get on the long-term contract train again, or?
Well, I mean, we haven't seen it yet, and this is the thing. If we look at the the deals that have been signed through the course of the last year, there's very little in Europe, and it really is focused in Asia, and it's very much focused in China. There've been a lot of deals signed for imports into China. What's interesting is that they're taking volumes that aren't necessarily destination restricted as well. So we've already seen how China is then reselling these cargoes into the market as well, and they're heading their way back into Europe. But I think it's been discussed quite a few of the sessions through the day. There just isn't that willingness yet, and that's going to be a real hamper on that longer-term supply into the market.
It'll be interesting to see if there's enough pressure that they have to change the position, or if, as Dita Juul-Jorgensen said earlier, perhaps this actually accelerates the energy transition to renewables in Europe. But on the Asian side, how willing are Asian countries to sign long-term contracts, and is there still a need within the current Asian demand for long-term contracts?
Yes, definitely. Japan is the first country to establish LNG import. Before 50 years ago, there is no market about LNG, and that's supported by the long-term contract. But at that time, we have a kind of national electricity company that enabled to make that long-term contract. And now, as Ambassador mentioned, this is a very difficult time because many companies, and as well as the Japanese government, are committed 2050 carbon neutral. And in that sense, the simple long-term contract would be difficult. So I just introduced what Japanese government is doing is that the combination of the policy measures. The one is that, as you mentioned, we try to make the destination of the LNG as flexible as possible on the contract basis, supporting by government. This is by, for example, the private company's contract. And we recently amend the law, related to law, so that the Japanese government itself could buy the LNG on the back of the national support, national financial support in real emergency cases. And also we are considering a new system about buffer, strategic buffer LNG. It's kind of, how to say, kind of stocks for the LNG. But it's very difficult to compare to the oil, because it's difficult to preserve long-term for the LNG, in particular for LNG. So we can apply what we have done in the oil reserve. So we have to make a combination. And also the diversification of LNG source is primary, because Japan's self-sufficiency energy rate is only 11%. And it's worse among the G7 countries, and it's 37 among the 35 OECD countries. So we are really interested in a stable energy supply, and to meet that, the long-term contract is very important. Yes. And this is about LNG, and considering that the 2050 carbon neutral, at the same time, it is very important for us to show firmly how to make the whole energy supply be decarbonized, combining with CCS or converting it to the hydrogen or ammonia. This is what the Japanese government is doing now.
Perfect.
Just a couple of points, just on the question of long-term contracts. I mean, I've thought about and wondered, you know, the people who make these contracts, you know, they're just people who are negotiating contracts. And they're not dumb people.
I used to do it.
Generally. And it seems to me that creative people can come up with ways to deal with the long-term contracts. I mean, you can have a long-term contract and you could have, I don't know, opt-outs or various conditions, so forth and so on, that maybe could protect both parties. One other point, just to go back for a second to your Russia question, and will there ever be Russian molecules? Because I think your point of increased capacity is absolutely critical. But you also said earlier, when we were talking, and the green transition may make the demand for gas less over time. So we have to look at it in terms of time frames and somehow balance increasing capacity with the speed of the energy transition. Now that leads to questions like the potential for stranded assets and so on, which is constantly comes up. I think that's also smart people can work some of those things out. That a stranded asset may be a cost of the energy transition, just like other costs of the energy transition are. So, maybe there are ways to work that out. So,
can I add to that? Because I think when you think about long-term contracts, a little uncertain of what the future is going to look like. But with the energy that you're procuring, it needs to be cheap, it needs to be reliable, and it needs to be clean. On the cheap aspect, being proactive and signing up for these LNG deals is going to allow you to sign up for a project, and from a cost perspective, to get away from the spot market where utilities have gone bankrupt playing the spot market. We can put gas on the doorstep of Europe for a cost of $12, and that would imply a $4 gas price here in the United States. At that price structure, our industry can deliver this LNG to your doorstep and make modest returns, and $12 natural gas at your doorstep is an amazing deal, especially relative to the $20 that people are seeing right now. From a cost perspective, that should not be a reason why you should not want to do it. Reliability, United States delivering LNG, from where we're at, it's going to be a very safe, secure route, backed by the U.S. government and the U.S. military. And the third thing I'd say is on the clean nature of it, this is really where I think people have some hang up, is that yes, natural gas is cleaner than coal, but it still has a carbon footprint. Well, you're assuming that this industry is not going to be able to transform itself. There was a crisis that we dealt with 20 years ago. It was the United States was running out of oil and gas. Well, what did we do? We transitioned. We transitioned from drilling conventional reservoirs to unlocking shale. And the innovation that took, the risk-taking, the collaboration, hydraulic fracturing, horizontal drilling, that was a miracle. And we cracked the code on shale and became an energy powerhouse. This industry is pointed, and here's the call for clean energy, here's the call for zero carbon energy, and I believe that our industry is going to make natural gas a zero carbon solution, whether through hydrogen, whether through carbon capture, or whether through other methods like ammonia or carbon offsets. I bet that is going to be a much better feasible path so that natural gas will be the perfect energy solution, cheap, reliable, and a zero carbon energy source.
I want to remind the audience that we are actually open for audience questions. We have somebody who has a microphone that can walk around, but if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand, interrupt us. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Well, let's turn to Asia. We spent a lot of time on Europe. As we know, President Xi has recently relaxed China's COVID restrictions, but all signs, maybe not in China, but certainly the news coming from around China, is that China is going to be hit pretty hard by COVID, at least in the short term. So Alex, in your research, what do you see the Chinese economy doing this year, and then how does that impact or not their energy demand?
So we think that 2022 will close out probably under 3% growth year on year at a macro level. So compared to plans, compared to history, very, very poor. Projections for this year are better, but still, again, not great. We're talking 3.5%, 4% through the year as a whole. But as I was mentioning earlier, that's really skewed into the second half of the year. We think that there's going to be a lot of difficulty coming out of the situation at the moment as COVID is running through the country. Then we move into Lunar New Year very soon as well, and things will be ramping back up, and we need to see actually how the great movement of people within China through New Year, again, potentially has an impact to keep COVID running. Where we see that growth is also very interesting because it depends on which energy sector is effectively benefiting from it. So obviously there's big increase in movement of people, so certainly transportation fuels, without a doubt. We will see an improvement in oil demand, again, as we move through the year. But then if we look at the housing industry, the construction industry, there's a backlog of property, the retail sector that needs to be churned through. That we think is going to take quite a long time to get going. So We don't think that we'll be seeing that strong rebound in the construction industry, so that heavier industry is hurt. And then the last to come as the country really gets going is the broader heavy industry. And that's where you have the potential for the gas to really come back into play. So I think it will be delayed. I think there's probably a bigger impact on the oil side than there is on the gas side. And as I was saying earlier, coal production was up 10% year on year in China. So they've had to move into other energy production fuels as well. So there are some out there with a very, very bullish view on Chinese rebound. We're not quite there. Yeah.
And Hiroshi-san, how do you see sort of broader Asian demand? Not necessarily just China, but I'm thinking Southeast Asia and also South Asia. Are you seeing pockets of demand for increased energy, increased LNG? Do you think that because of prices, the coal market is going to continue to be, sort of high in demand? What are you seeing from an Asian perspective?
Yes, I mentioned about the decrease in demand this year, and most of them are China, but other parts are Bangladesh, Vietnam, and Pakistan, and they couldn't buy LNG because of the hike of the price. It's like 3 times, 6 times higher compared to the 2019. So based on the price and based on the economic situation, the demand will be increased. And also in the long term, the many private research companies foresee the demand increase in the LNG as a whole, and in particular among the Asia. So we will see the increasing demand for the LNG and natural gas in Asia. And at the same time, because we have a lot of supply chain and have a good relationship with Asian countries like ASEAN and China and other countries, so we try to make up at the same time ensuring the energy security, stable energy supply, and the decarbonization. And we are trying to support the Asian countries in terms of finance, technologies, and human development, so that supporting short-term LNG and maybe mid-term, long-term hydrogen and decarbonizing fossil fuels.
Very bullish on Asian energy demand growth over the next 5-10 years, certainly. But if we're looking at 2023, and we assume that LNG and natural gas volumes are constant, and there are projections for at least increased utilization, I think, in Europe. Alex, tell me, do you think that European incentives for businesses and private individuals to reduce consumption, do they work? Will they continue? Or do you think at a certain point in time, the European government's going to say, okay, we have enough in storage, we're going to let this go? Or are they thinking about next year?
I think that the issue that you have is to think of Europe as one large block when ultimately it's lots of different countries that have approached this in very different ways. I think in Spain, they've only seen something like a 2 or 3% decline in demand, whereas in Germany, it's a 17% decline in demand. Now, the work of the governments and how they have changed their responses to high prices has been very different. Ultimately, that means the consumer behavior at the retail end of the spectrum has been very different. I think if we're thinking at the industrial end, though, there is we talk about an active demand destruction in Europe, and I think in many areas, we were talking about this earlier, it's far from active. It's the fact that actually, no, businesses can't afford to run. So you've had whole industries that have essentially shut down their manufacturing capacity because they cannot afford to run their business with the gas prices as they are. Now, that's even with support from governments in different levels. Looking at the UK specifically, just more kind of current in terms of the exposure I have, we have been looking at, there are quite frequent changes in the scheme of things into the support that's going to be provided. So it's actually very hard for industry to plan what they're going to be doing going forwards if they don't know exactly what support they're going to be having in 6 months' time, 12 months' time, 18 months' time.
And coupled with inflationary pressure, global recession, governments are sort of in a conundrum of having less money to be able to actually incentivize people to reduce their utilization and encourage companies to actually produce and manufacture and sell when consumers don't have the money to actually purchase. So you get into this sort of vicious cycle where at the end of the day, are you left with what behavior?
Yeah. And what's really remarkable is like the ripple effects of, I mean, this energy efficiency gains, this is not people turning down their thermoses. This is them turning off industry. I mean, 30% of their industrial demand is off. The ripple effects of that do not just impact Europe, they impact the entire world. One of the first things that shut off was the fertilizer manufacturing. What happened to fertilizer prices went through the roof. How has that affected crop yields? Guess what, just a hint, they're down. Does that mean food prices are gonna stay up? Possibly. Could that lead to famine in some parts of the world? Yes. I would say this, I think it's a really important point. As long as we're talking about developed nations struggling to find their energy security, when developed nations are fighting for their energy security, or they don't have their energy security, no country has their energy security. That means 3 billion people are still living on less electricity than it takes to run a fridge. That means 60% of Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck are going to struggle with unnecessarily high energy prices. So the biggest, most impactful thing we can do for the world is prioritize our energy security, and that is going to allow us to leapfrog leaps and bounds towards our energy transition ambitions. But make no mistake about it, I believe firmly that natural gas is going to be a central part of any energy security or any transition plan.
You know, all of this raises a question. You asked the question about Asia outside of China, outside of Japan, and you know, talk about increasing energy demand in places like India, and I think you mentioned Pakistan, and we had hoped to have somebody from Bangladesh on this panel. Mm-hmm. Where's India going to get its gas from if their demand increases? You know, I had been involved with for years with the so-called TAPI pipeline. If anybody, some people, Doug Hengel's laughing out there. You know, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India, and you know, what I said about that pipeline was even more than what I said about the Trans-Caspian gas pipeline, not during my lifetime. I'm getting too old though, so I'm beginning to worry a little bit. But you know, the idea of a TAPI pipeline going from Turkmenistan all the way to India, you know, is that realistic? If demand increases in the developed countries like you know, China, Japan, Korea, and Asia, no matter what we do to increase our capacity in the United States, we can't supply all of those countries plus Europe. They're going to have to be other, any number of other sources. So I think there really is a real question, as to how countries like India and then lesser developed countries, including in Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, where the gas is going to come from.
Yeah, Dick, I think unleashing American energy and unleashing U.S. LNG in the world stage and putting essentially 10 million barrels a day of clean energy on the world stage is going to be a great first start. And it's something that we have control over and we can do. Just need more support and collaboration to get pipelines built and the long-term contracts to get the facilities built.
And one thing we haven't really talked about, and I think, Alex, you might be going there, is
sorry.
there are other markets outside the United States that can increase capacity.
Yeah.
You have, the recent agreement between Israel and Lebanon potentially unlocks, I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head in terms of TCF, but, volumes from the Eastern Med, coupled with Israel, Cyprus, you've got gas in the Eastern Med, you have Norway certainly increasing its production, and someone earlier talked about the need for the North Sea to increase its production, and obviously Qatar being Qatar, talked earlier about where its volumes are going and the fact that I think frankly most of them are going to Asia. But Toby, let me turn to you.
Well, no, I wanted to touch on South Asia because I think it's a super important area. I mean, it's literally stuck between Europe and Asia in terms of supply, in terms of their security of supply, whereby last winter we had situations, and again, long-term contracts don't help them because we had situations where cargoes weren't being delivered despite them being committed, because ultimately it was easier for the company to pay the penalty of not delivering and send that cargo into the spot market in Europe than it was to deliver a long-term contract into, I think it was Bangladesh and Pakistan. That's a massive problem.
Do you see that potentially happening again in 2023 if we're looking
Well,
at
ultimately those contracts are there, and it was a legitimate thing to do. I think the question is, do we get back to, if we return to that price environment where the European spot market is there, I think it's less likely because, say, there are other mitigating factors these days. But again, it's a very large part of the global economy that we're just saying, nope, sorry, you're not getting that LNG, and then they have to go to alternative fuels. We're looking at, again, we're talking about coal going to fuel oil for power burn as well. It's kind of these high carbon intensity, dirty fuels because we can't get the gas in there.
Any, Mr. Hengel? Yes, please.
This is, I think, primarily for Toby, but so talk about natural gas being a clean fuel, and I would agree it is. Sorry, I'm ducking with LNG allies. But there is a narrative out there that natural gas is as bad as, or could be as bad as coal because of methane emissions. And you've been a leader in this space, but is the industry as a whole, do they understand this, that this is an issue that has to be addressed to change that narrative?
Yeah, methane emissions certainly is the biggest environmental concern over natural gas today. I was at a meeting last year with Secretary Granholm, and I told her straight up, I said, we're going to knock methane emissions out of the park, keep the bullseye on methane emissions. Why was I so confident? Because in natural gas development, we know where these emissions are coming from. We know we have equipment to replace them, and we can do it cost effectively, and we can do it efficiently and expediently. In the last 18 months, we've been on a campaign to replace those pneumatic devices, and we've replaced over 9,000 of these devices across our portfolio. So the largest producer's footprint in America, 9,000 devices were replaced in over 18 months. We did it, that's doing it fast, and we did it for a cost of $28 million. That's less than $10 a ton. It's the most impactful thing that you can do if you want to cut your carbon footprint. And the impact, we slashed our methane emissions by over 70%, over 300,000 tons of CO2e equivalent. So it's really smart, and we put a white paper on our website so that if we can do it, anybody can do it. And just this last week, we announced that we're going to be bringing even more confidence to the environmental performance. Now we're moving to the skies with the emissions monitoring, so not just on the field, but with satellites and aerial monitoring so that we can have bulletproof credibility that the performance that we're putting out is there. All this is really important because we need to show the world that the emissions associated with making our product are going to be net zero, and we can focus the conversations on what are the emissions when people use our product. That's where we need to be. And every BCF a day that the world can use and that replaces foreign coal is going to have the environmental equivalent of lowering emissions by over 30 million tons. And our plan, if we can fully execute this and unleash US LNG on the world stage, we'll have the environmental equivalent that's bigger than the impacts of IRA. It will be the environmental equivalent of electrifying every vehicle in the United States, putting solar panels on every house in America, and also doubling US wind capacity combined. It's absolutely massive. And if we need to take care of methane emissions so that we can focus the conversation on big prize, then that's exactly what we're going to do in this industry. I'm really excited about the progress we've made.
Fantastic. Well, we have 2 minutes left. Are there any more audience questions? Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Mohammed Shakil from ADNOC. I'm intrigued by the long-term contract discussion. And a question for Hiroshi-san. Just to put you on the spot a little. Exactly 12 months ago, almost, Japan let its long-term contracts with Qatar expire, through JERA especially. And then a month later, we had the Ukraine war. What was the discussion initially within Japanese thinking to allow those long-term contracts to expire, given what we're saying now about how critical long-term contracts are? And then looking back, was it a mistake?
Yeah, it's a very difficult question. And basically, JERA is a private company, private gas importing and coal-fired and gas-fired power plants company. And that was a private company's deal. But as a government, we always diversify, and we don't deny any energy sources. And in order to do that, we think that some kind of long-term stable supply, and as I mentioned, we cannot do that because the JERA was like before the nationalized companies before. So becoming JERA, the older company made a long-term contract with Qatar and other LNG exporting countries. But now we are considering the other policies now. And maybe we can introduce sooner. Thank you very much.
So the role of LNG, tight markets going into 2023. I think what we're hearing is that certainly the Europeans will continue to buy as much LNG as they can, but at the same time are also looking to utilize other sources of energy, whether it be, unfortunately, coal, whether they look to have a nuclear conversation, whether Dita Juul-Jorgensen's comments about energy transition being accelerated are correct. I think, here we would also argue that Russian molecules, not in 2023 at least, but beyond that, still remains to be seen. The Asian market, certainly China is a question about whether the demand is actually going to be there. Certainly the demand is there from Northern Asia, Japan, Korea, as well as the Indias, the Pakistans, the Bangladesh. And so I think what we're going to see in 2023 really is going to be a fight over whatever cargoes are available in the spot market. You're going to have a question of LNG pricing at the end of the day. Markets are going to determine where those volumes go. The European price cap on gas imports may come back to bite them at the end of the day, but we will see. I want to thank our panel for this fantastic conversation. Really appreciate your views, and thank you to our fantastic audience. Before you go, if I can say, there's a reception on the beach at 7 o'clock today. We encourage everyone to go. It's a little chilly, so you might want to bring your sweaters. And ladies, do not be me. Do not wear your high heels on the beach. It's not that much fun. Following that at 9:30, there's the Night Owl, where we're going to be talking about the role of Russia with a phenomenal group of intellectual thinkers that really have some good insights. And so that will be on the first floor right above us at 9:30 tonight. So we hope to see you all there. Thank you all very much.
Thanks.